The following is a presentation of LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
LSPN and the Michigan High School Athletic Association proudly presents high school varsity baseball, where today it's a battle for LCAA supremacy as the Onsted Wildcats play host to their cross-county rivals, the Blissfield Royals. Good evening, I'm Dan Empson alongside Josiah Rupp and the head coach of the Onsted Wildcats, Matt Randall. And Coach, you're going to have to talk to a Blissfield guy here, so you guys keep it clean, okay?
Yeah.
Thanks, Dan. Coach, everybody knows that this is a big game for the league. You guys got to win both of them. How are the players feeling? How are you feeling today? What's the goals for today?
You know, it's a beautiful day out. We're ready to play. We're excited. It's a big game. We always get up for Blissfield, so we're ready to roll. We had a couple real good days of practice, so we're ready.
And Coach, talk about your plan for this game. Obviously, you've got two. You need to win them both. So what's your strategy going out there?
Well, we're going to pitch our number one, Patrick, who's been pitching great for us all year long. You know, he's going to go out there and we're going to try and win the first game, because that's really all that matters right here. Second game doesn't really mean anything unless we win the first one. So we're going to take care of game one, and then we'll worry about two after one. So.
And Josiah showed me some of the numbers before the game. These kids like to mash the ball. It's a little different than some of the other teams maybe you face this year. How do you do something about a team that likes to hit as well as these guys do?
Well, you can't give them extra outs. You know, we got to limit the errors. We got to limit the mistakes. We got to limit the gifts. We got to execute. So.
Josiah, anything else you want to add in?
Nope, that's all. Thank you.
All right, he's going to make it easy on you. He doesn't want to get into anything too much. We'll talk to Coach a little more after the game.
Thanks,
Thank you
guys.
very much. Good luck out there. We appreciate that. We'll be right back talking to Blissfield, so Josiah can get a little more of a conversation going. We'll be right back with high school varsity baseball on LSPN. Your home for Lenawee sports.
As the voice of Michigan's student athletes, the Student Advisory Council's role
is to convey the message of how high school sports are supposed to be played. We are responsible for helping the MHSAA maintain a positive and healthy atmosphere
in which interscholastic athletes can thrive. We believe athletes should be competitive,
sportsmanlike, and excel academically.
We believe students in the stands should have fun,
but not take the focus away from the game.
We believe coaches should act as teachers, helping student athletes develop
while still keeping high school sports in perspective.
We believe that parents should always be positive role models
and be supportive of their child's decisions.
We believe officials commit their own time to high school sports,
and respect should always be shown and given to them.
The most important goal for student athletes is to enjoy high school sports
while keeping a high level of respect between all those involved in the games.
Welcome back to Onsted High School. We've got our pregame rolling along here. And Josiah, we're going to get a little bit of insight from you being a Blissfield kid. You've hung out with all these guys for a long time. So tell me a little bit about Blissfield, how they go about things today, and what they need to do to win.
Blissfield's ready to go. They need to win one of the games to clinch the league title. They're ready to go. We're pitching Luke Casaban today. He's ready to go. I've been talking to him at school, and he's ready to do his thing.
And what's Luke's style of pitching? Is he a power guy? Is he a finesse guy?
Luke's going to get out there, and he's going to throw some really fast pitches right down the middle, maybe change things up here or there, but he's a pretty consistent pitcher all around.
So he's pretty much saying, I'm going to throw this out there, you got to hit it now.
Yep. And then he's going to let his defense do their thing.
And what's the strategy for these guys offensively? We talked to Coach a little bit about what Onsted's trying to do on one side of things. What does Blissfield need to do to make sure they put runs up on the board today?
Blissfield's been pretty consistent all year with putting runs up on the board. They got some big hitters out there with Spencer Fisher, Alex Zucheski, who leads the lineup and is the All-State Blissfield baseball player. So they're just going to get out there and hope that things click for them, which they've been doing all season.
Now, obviously, Blissfield needs to win one of two today to close out the LCAA. We're going to see if they can do that. The first one, we'll be right back with the first pitch. You're watching Varsity High School Baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
The broadcast of today's game is a copyrighted presentation of the Michigan High School Athletic Association and LSPN.
No reproduction, retransmission, or other distribution of descriptions or accounts of this game may take place without the express written consent of the MHSAA and LSPN.
Well, welcome here to Onsted High School. This is what it's all about. Really, this is what these kids have been playing for all season. It is the LCAA pretty much de facto championship series between Onsted and Blissfield, and these two teams have been smoking the rest of the conference pretty much all season long. And Josiah, I know you're a little biased today, but regardless of your allegiances, this is going to be a great couple of games. What's your opinion on the enemy today for you, man? What do you think of these Onsted Wildcats that have been playing this season?
Well, Onsted, they've always been big rivals with Blissfield, no matter what the situation is, no matter what the sport. Everybody wants to see whose purple is better than the other. So we're ready. I think the Blissfield Royals are ready to come out, get a win, clinch the league. But, hey, Onsted, you never know with them.
You know, and that's one of the questions I've always had. Maybe you can help me out with that. Is there actually a difference in the shade? Or is it the same purple?
You know, I think ours might be a little darker, maybe more of a royal, but I don't think it really matters. Purple is purple.
I figured you'd probably say yours shines a little bit brighter maybe. But we are just about ready to get underway here. We've had the national anthem. We've had the teams out there. And it's more like the umpires kind of saying, hey, let's keep it clean. And it looks like they're having a little discussion right now about the starting lines between the managers. And that's, maybe a little bit of gamesmanship, maybe a little bit of planning there between the two sides. But both, it's interesting seeing I guess the ages of our two coaching staffs here. It seems like we got one gentleman that's 31, and then another one that looks like he could be his dad.
Yeah, Coach Tuttle, man, he's been around forever for Blissfield, and he knows the game well. He has different coaching strategies, I guess you could say, than a lot of coaches, but hey, he gets the job done.
Yeah, and that's really what it's all about. I mean, if you can resonate with your players, it doesn't really matter how old you are, as long as the kids that you're coaching appreciate you, respect you, and want to get out there and play hard for you.
Yeah, that's true. Talking to the kids, they're glad to be out here for them. Everybody's ready to roll. I can't say much for the Onsted kids because I don't know them as well, but the Blissfield kids like being out here. This is their sport. This is what Blissfield's known for.
Well, what we've seen on Onsted is, at least this year, they seem like they're known for it as well. And this team, I believe, had a 15-game win streak, just got snapped, and we're talking to Coach Randall a little bit about that. And it seems like it helped the kids wake up a little bit. They kind of were sleepwalking through that first game when they lost one of the two that day, and then they woke back up again. It's like maybe they were just thinking, oh, well, we've been winning all these games. We're just expecting to win, but I don't think they expect anything out of today.
No, I mean, once a team gets on a roll, sometimes they get a little lazy and stuff, but I don't think that was Onsted's case. I think they came out and just had a rough game. But, hey, everybody's ready to go against Blissfield when it comes to baseball, so we'll see how they do today.
And that's why we play all the games we do. I mean, that's why baseball at a lot of levels, especially at college, they do double elimination tournaments when you get to that point because you want to give a team a chance to have a bad game. At high school, it's a little more one and done when you get to the districts, but today's kind of one and done for Onsted. If they lose the first game, then Blissfield wins the LCAA, and the second game is more for bragging rights than anything else. But if Onsted can get a win today, and they're pitching Patrick Ayat, who I'm not sure if you've seen him pitch yet, but this kid throws heat. like it's a little breezy out today. It's a little bit cool for everybody else, but not for the batters. They're going to be feeling some serious temperature coming off his pitches. What's it like as a baseball player facing a guy that you know throws the ball hard?
You got to be ready. The ball's coming down there really fast. You got to time it up right. I'm not too concerned with our first couple batters, especially with Alex Ucheski, our All-State shortstop from last year. I think he's ready to go. They've played these guys their whole life, so I think they'll be ready for anything.
And obviously you've had a chance to hang out with these guys. You probably play ball with them, football in the fall, and then basketball in the spring. So you're kind of an accomplished couple sport guy yourself.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how that perspective works out for the Blissfield Royals. They're starting things off. Leading things off for Blissfield will be the first baseman, Alex Zawicki. Is that how you say his name?
Ducheski.
Ducheski? I was going to get it right. They got a couple fun names on these.
Yeah, we got a lot
over
of
there.
weird names.
Ducheski, and then I'm going to do my best not to mess up Grant Sispansky. Sispansky's name. A couple of well-bred Polish men there. First pitch from Ayat, right over the middle, and it is fouled off the plate. One strike to start things off for Patrick, and he came right at him with the heat, and Alex was not afraid of it. So what's the plan here for both teams trying to set the tone early?
I think it depends on the defense this game, really. Both teams have been hitting well, especially Blissfield. I think whoever can keep each other off the bases most and off the scoreboard the most is going to determine this game.
And Ayat started off well there, way ahead in the count. 0-2 pitch. He delivers. Outside, tried to get him to chase something, and Alex wasn't having that. And it's very much almost a chess match. Every pitch, you're trying to think, what's the pitcher going to throw? How's he going to come at me? Well, Ayat delivers the 1-2. Blooped into shallow right, and that's going to be good enough for a hit to lead things off. Sometimes you don't have to make a lot of contact. You just have to get the ball out there.
Yeah.
And that'll bring out the pitcher, Luke Casabon. And that's the fun thing about high school ball is obviously the pitchers a lot of times will hit, but also some of these pitchers can hit.
Yeah. Yeah, Luke's quite the athlete. I mean, 3-sport, varsity starter for everything, quarterback at Blissfield. This kid's a competitor. He likes to compete, and he's a great athlete.
So I'm sure he's looking forward to it even as he takes strike one there. Ayat looks over to first base. Fires it in there, check swing. That was low, and that is going to be ball one. And it's interesting, I think when a pitcher is facing a pitcher, because that's even more of a mind game, I have to imagine.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe for most people, but I know Luke. It's hard to get inside him, but anything can happen, I guess.
Well, and again, you got to think that the two of them are just trying to figure out, well, how's he throwing, what's he throwing, where's he going with it, even more than normal. Just then again, I was never a very good pitcher, so I guess I can't speak to that mentality. But
no, I never.
Luke likes to stand right up on the front of the batter's box, doesn't he?
Yeah.
A strike in there from Ayat. That's a 2-2 now on Casabon. Are you a guy that likes to hug the front of the batter's box? You usually stand back a little bit, or?
I haven't played in so long, I don't know where I stand. I'm just down to football and basketball now.
I'll tell you what, it didn't matter for me. Strike three, and Ayat with that heater. We're going to see plenty of that today from him, and he's just going to challenge these Blissfield kids to catch up to it. And
catcher, number 14,
Spencer Fisher stepping up to the plate, the catcher, and he looks like a catcher.
Yeah, Spencer, he's only a sophomore this year. He's a really good ball player. He's been playing baseball since as long as I can remember. Always been brought up with the older kids and everything. He's quite the ball player.
Well, unfortunately, he hits what looks like it could have been a double play, and they're going to say that neither of those outs are going to count because shortstop Dallas Heidberger couldn't handle the ball, and as a result, they aren't even going to get the out at second. So all of a sudden, Blissfield's got two on, and what looks like they could have had two out instead, or gotten out of the inning, rather. So there you go. You talk about keeping guys off the base paths. Not exactly what Onsted had in mind to start this game off.
The right fielder, number 10, Chase Levin.
What does that do to you mentally, making those kind of errors out there?
Oh, it just brings you down, you know. But, I mean, Onsted, they're ball players. one mistake isn't going to kill them, but they got to pick it up if they're hoping to compete.
And I saw I out there looking over, kind of a little bit of a grimace on his face because there's nothing you can do about it as a pitcher. Guy makes contact, he hits a little grounder out to second base, and that's a routine, 4-6-3 double play, and then something just kind of bounces wrong on you.
Yeah, and it looks like Jordan Brinke has pinch run now for Spencer Fisher.
That's kind of a half bunt swing there. They're trying to get over to first. Just got there in time. Nope. Yep. Yes? Okay, good. For a second there, I thought the umpire had given him a safe. I'm like, whoa, I'd be pushing it. But he does his job, sacrifices, moves him over to second and third. So good job by Chase moving the boys over a little bit. So 2 down.
The third baseman, number 22, Dakota Nito.
And Dakota Nito with a chance to bring in a run. But he's going to need to get a hit for that to happen.
Yeah, Dakota's something special. He's a transfer this year from Adrian Jr., and he's been hitting well for us, leads the team with 2 home runs, and is hitting 347 right now.
And that's obviously one of the interesting things with this county because it is a school of choice county. You can see some kids maybe moving for a program that they want to play in, one way or the other. Maybe they aren't getting playing time somewhere, or maybe they want to play on a team they know is going to do well.
That's also something that Blissfield's been known for. Kids come from all over to play for us, so you'll see all sorts of kids come to play baseball for us.
And hey, whatever works, right? Whatever gets guys out there. And he shows why right there, ripping his shot straight up the middle. They get 1 run around to play at the plate for that second run, safe at home. Now they got to pick off trying to get him down at first. They got him out, but they still got 2 runs across. And so the damage is done even as Nito gets caught trying to maybe grab a second base. So that'll be 2 runs for Blissfield as we go to the bottom of the first, and Onsted's already got a little bit of work to do as we come back in a little while with high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
Huntington. Every proper bear knows that the right fit means everything. Especially when it comes to car seats.
Oh, really? I just did what any bear would do.
So know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size.
I like it.
To learn more, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, where's that bear?
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome back to Onsted High School, bottom of the first. The score already 2-0. And I know there's at least one happy Blissfield man standing next to me. And, Josiah, you got to believe this is exactly what the Royals wanted to start off this game.
Oh, yeah, you can't ask for anything more than your top of the order come out, score 2 runs right off the back like that. That's going to take some of the pressure off of number 6 pitcher Luke Casaban, but Luke's got to be ready for anything coming from Onsted.
And, yeah, that's always nice as a pitcher. You got a little bit more room to breathe in, but even then, from what I understand, both these teams can hit the ball, and they both like to mash quite a bit. So we might see more than 2 runs by the end of this game.
Yeah.
Of course, both of these teams have put up huge numbers. Several players on Blissfield, like we were talking about earlier today, already hitting 400. But we'll see what Onsted can do in the meantime. Dallas Heidbreder will be starting things off, the shortstop for Onsted. This kid can flat out fly. He throws the ball well. He's another one of those multiple sport athletes that we got in this county. A lot of kids that just really love to get out and play ball. It doesn't really matter what it is. Yeah, they're out there. 1 strike to begin with. So Casaban starts off ahead in the count. That one's going to be in there for ball 1, so 1-1 the count to start things off for Heidbreder. Bit of a slim and trim kind of guy, but he can hit the ball relatively well. Leg kick from Casaban, and that's a foul ball down the third base line. He's got an interesting delivery, Casaban, just kind of like that little bit of extra pause in there, maybe messing with the batter a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched him pitch before. That's actually the first time I've ever noticed that too. I don't know if it's something new or if I just haven't paid attention well enough, but Yeah, that's interesting.
That one's high and outside. That's going to make it 2-2. Quick delivery this time from Casaban, but Highbury able to bloop one over the second baseman's head. He's got one. He's thinking about two, but he'll pull up with just a single to start things off. Dallas Highbrider putting his team in position to make something happen. And already we've got hits on both sides, so no more perfect game to worry about.
Yeah.
Take the pressure off him, make it easy.
Yeah, I don't think Luke was really going for a perfect game. I mean, that's every pitcher's dream, but with Onsted being the team that they are, you know,
right.
with the sticks they have, I wasn't looking at a perfect game. But
right.
hey,
Well,
there's a lot of baseball still to be played.
Exactly. Strike in there as the pitchers face off. Both teams have their pitchers hitting second, which is kind of interesting. Patrick Ayat, of course, plays multiple positions, just like I think just about everybody at this level does. And he is a guy that can single-handedly change a game for the teams. Onsted's pitcher can throw heat, and he can mash it too. Casaban checks over to first, fires a strike in there. That makes it 2 strikes on Ayat, and he's already way behind in the count. Probably going to be something that's not on the plate here from Casaban as the catcher setting up wide. Fires high and outside, and that'll be ball 1. Is that a common tactic on a 2-strike pitch like that?
Yeah, you kind of want to mess with the batter, but, you know, he's got to protect the plate, so if it's close, he's probably going to be swinging.
Try to check over to first again. Dallas Highbrider likes to run, and people notice that. So we're going to see that quite a bit where there's a few players in this Onsted team that they're going to be checking over to first often. Dallas will steal with extreme prejudice here, so I'm sure he's getting the signal from Coach Randall right now.
I've played Dallas in other sports too, and that kid's got some wheels, so I can understand why they're trying to hold him there at first.
Gamesmanship there from Casaban. I think that's 3 straight times he throws over to first trying to get Highbrider. 1-2 pitch. That one's high. Makes it 2-2, and Ayat battling back into this at-bat. Casaban shaking off the signal. Glances over to first. Time called. Guess Ayat needed to fix his gloves or something. That's one of the things about baseball. You're like, come on, guys, get in there.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that because I'm not the one standing in there swinging. It's all you got to do. Both teams not hitting the ball hard, but they're hitting the ball where no one else is, and that one gets through the gap and between shortstop and third for a little hit, and we got runners on first and second. How hard is it to stand here and watch something like that?
I don't know. Hurts me a little bit, but I was told by certain people not to be too biased about it, so.
Well, that's one of the fun things too, because you should be like, dang it, he didn't even hit the ball that hard, but it's just exactly the right spot. So far, all of the hits really we've seen, except for the one absolute rip that Nito had in the top of the first, they haven't been hard hits. They've just been those little pokes, those little manufactured runs. Pop up. That's over in the dugout and out of play. So that's going to be foul ball. And because of the cloud cover today, there's just enough clouds in here that are just about the same shade as the ball to where I'm going to be a little nervous looking up in the air, man. I'm going to be counting on you to try to catch all the foul balls, okay? That'll be 1 strike to start things off on the catcher, Scott Lobostal. Casaban checking over to second. Looking at the bunt there. Instead, he pulls back just in time. Ball 1, strike 1. And again, when you got the speed that Highbrider does there, you don't need much of a bunt to get him around over to third base. Highbrider takes about 3.5 strides out there. Casaban brings it in the dirt. That one's going to get past the catcher, and that's going to give Highbrider a chance to come around third, and that'll put the runners on second and third. The big difference between this inning and last inning is there's no outs. So the passed ball puts runners on second and third. So Highbrider's on third. Ayat's on second. Lobostal is at the plate. And Luke Casaban, I don't think he's getting nervous, but I think he wants to stem the tide. That one's in the dirt as well. 3 balls and a strike. What do you do now? 3-1. What's going through his mind?
I'm going to say that he's going to lay off this one. Luke hasn't put anything right there close to it, so I would lay off this one.
Almost like just if you get the walk, you get the walk, and live to fight another day. That one's high, and that will be a walk. So Lobestal ends up on first base, and now all of a sudden we got bases loaded.
Fourth, the right fielder,
No outs.
7, Landon Duke.
Pretty much where Landon Duke has dreamed of being in many situations is no outs, bases loaded. You know that if you get a pop fly out there, you got at least a run. And if you can get a little rip through the middle, unfortunately that goes straight to shortstop from first and second over to first, and that is a 6-4-3 double play, but it does score a run as Heidberger comes around to make it 2-1. Probably the most frustrating, or least frustrating double play he's probably ever hit into. But
fifth, the designated hitter, number
he still scored a run, though.
Exactly. As a result, though, 2 outs now. Henry up to bat with Ayat on third. Still a chance to even this game up, but he's going to have to get a hit. Casaban leaves that one a little bit outside. Henry, another righty. A whole lot of righties in this Onsted lineup. It's kind of a check swing on that one, and he'll take that for strike one. You'll have the frustrating moments when a guy knows he shouldn't have swung, but he's already way too far through the swinging motion.
Yeah, they kind of stop after they're done it, like they regret it.
That one's fouled back over the backstop. We were smart enough to move the vehicle this time. We were having a lot of fun with that last time at last week at Adrian High School, where the field is and where the parking lot is, it's almost a little bit too close. It's another second game. That one's up over top of the press box and might be dinging the Blissfield school bus here if they're not careful. Still 2 strikes in Isaac Henry. 1 and 2, 2 outs. We're already starting to run out of baseballs. It's one of the things, you got 2 buckets of practice balls, but you need to make sure you hang on enough game balls. With as much as these 2 teams hit, we might be having to agree to go, I don't know, get a fluorescent one out there or something. I don't know, we'll see. 1 and 2, 2 outs. Casaban kicks, delivers high. 2 and 2 now the count. And again, I've seen him so far today. He's got a couple times where he kicks like long kick and other times where he does a quick kick. And another one popped back over top of the press box. And we're just going to kind of keep trying to find these baseballs. There's got to be, a few of them around here somewhere. Umpires managed to get a hold of a couple. We're only in the first inning. We're going to have someone on ball duty.
Yeah.
Casaban looking in, delivers high again. 3 and 2. We got ourselves a full count, and Luke just seems like he's just settled down a little bit out there.
Yeah, he's getting flustered a little bit, but I don't think anything that he's done has really affected it. Those first couple hits, there was nothing that the defense could do to stop those.
Now that might be a hit into the gap between the 2 guys. Almost grabbed, and instead the 2 players take each other out. So he's going to come around 2. He's going to try to get to third. Play at third, and he loses the ball. A triple in there for Isaac Henry as he just got a hold of a pitch down the middle and absolutely laid it into the alley between left and center. And both players kind of took each other out. Both Garrett Hunt and Jarrett Weirich just kind of collided as they went to make that play. Hunt almost got it, but excuse me, I'm talking about the wrong team. I got Blissfield's guys coming backwards. So Zeller and how do we say his name again? Suspansky. I keep forgetting that second syllable. So Zeller and Suspansky ended up colliding out there out in outfield. I got so excited I couldn't remember which team was which. It's all the purple. It's throwing me off, man.
Yeah, especially in baseball. It's weird. Usually the home team's white and the away team is a darker color, but Onsted looks like they wanted to switch things up today.
And they get their choice to do what they want. That's part of the fun. But what's going on out there at the mound? What's the chat right now between these the coach and the pitcher about how he can get back on track?
I think Tuttle just went out there, talked to Casaban, tell him to calm down a little bit. There's a lot of baseball play. Don't get too worked and just get this last batter out.
That last batter is Jake Jones. He is another masher on this team for Onsted as he swung at that one a little bit outside. That'll be strike 1. Jones has got the ability to put the ball out there too, but we'll see what happens. Tie ball game, 2-2. Both teams getting a pair of runs here in the first inning. Casabon. Jones pops that one up in between everybody. Right fielder camps underneath it. That'll finish things off here in the first. Levens makes the play. It is 2-2. We're back to square as we go to the second inning. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
Okay, so we drowned the fire.
Yep.
Stirred it. Drowned it again. And now just feel if it's cold.
Yeah.
Cool.
Smokey just gave me a bear hug.
I know. I already posted it.
This new mom is struggling to get the skates just right. Now she's holding on for dear life.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of siblings in foster care will take you just as you are.
Welcome back to Onsted High School. We are cranking the tunes because the Onsted faithful is happy after what happened in the bottom of the second there. This was 2-0. It kind of looked like the momentum was already starting to go Blissfield's way, and then all of a sudden Onsted happened.
Hey, that's what you get when you get two good teams out here that can both hit the ball. But it's only started second inning now, so we'll see what happens.
And obviously, whatever your coach came out and said to his boy, we'll get to that in a second. Blooped out there into center field. Nice play made out there by Hunt to rob a good hit out there. A good attempt at a hit, at least, from your Blissfield boys. Joe Jones couldn't quite get that ball where it needed to be. And that'll be the first out here in the second inning.
Number 4, Alex Zeller.
Alex Zeller, left fielder, part of that collision out there in the first. Rips one into the gap exactly where Jones was trying to go with it. He's going to take one. He's going to try for two. He looks like he's fast enough. He'll get there standing up. Two good cuts from your guys there in the first couple pitches.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing all day. Nothing really crazy, just some nice little bloopers out of the infield and too short for the outfield to catch.
And you can see that these guys know how to hit for contact. They're not trying to crush the ball necessarily. They're just trying to put the ball out there, and it's almost like they know where they're going with it. Up now for Blissfield, Cedric Gonzalez.
Correction, Cedric
DH,
Gonzalez.
I'm pretty sure.
DH into I'm sure he gets out in the field sometimes, but I'm sure he also doesn't mind not having to go run around too much if he doesn't have to.
No.
The 0-1 pitch as Zayat looks in there. He's got a runner on second to start off the second. Little chopper in the dirt, that's going to be foul. Quickly down, 0-2 in the count is Gonzalez. What's Cedric's MO out there?
Well, Cedric, you know, his nickname out there is Bull. He's
looks
a
like
rough little guy. He'll be scrappy with you. Actually, last year he was first-team all-league catcher, and this year, you know, season's been wishy-washy, but he's still a good ball player. I like watching him play.
And he fouled that one back over our producer's head. I think I heard him in our headphones getting a little nervous. But don't worry, they got a fence all the way up there. They'll be okay. That one's outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Gonzalez. As Ayat's trying to get himself back ahead of this, or keep himself ahead of this batter, rather. Gonzalez wiggling the bat a little bit. Ayat puts that one low. Gonzalez hits that down the third baseline. That's going to be foul. Keeps the count 1-2, 1 out. And, you know, the only thing I can say for Gonzalez is he does not strike me as though he is a long-distance runner.
No, Cedric has wheels for about 90 feet is in baseball, and that's about him. But, hey, don't let him fool you. That kid can move when he needs to.
Well, I'd say he's probably not laying out too many triples if he doesn't have to, though. That one's over there, and Gonzalez again fighting it off. Doing a great job of battling Aya right now. He's not getting the pitches he wants, but they're close enough to strikes. It feels like he has to swing, and he's been able to get out in front of him and at least keep going. And he's got that interesting the face guard going on there. Did he get hit at some point? Or?
I'm pretty sure it was last year during football, his sophomore year. No, yeah, it was last year during baseball. He took a foul ball to the cheek.
He took that fair ball and unfortunately put it right by Landon Duke, who managed to come over and make that play. So that'll be 2 outs for Blissfield, as Gonzalez flies out as well.
Batting ninth, the second baseman, number 2, Kyle Spires.
Kyle Spires up, second baseman, and wiggling the bat as he's getting ready to go. It's going to be in there for ball 1. Two outs. Hyatt trying to get out of the inning. We've got a runner over there on third. And a little hit right back to Hyatt. He'll make the easy play over to first. Get him out of the second without any damage. Still 2-2. We'll see what Onsted can do to try to take the lead when we come back. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
This new dad is picturing a tree house in the sky, but he's ignoring the instructions. Good luck, big guy. His kids know that he's building without a clue. Never been so good with nails and glue. Now we're trapped inside a box. I hope mom knows what to do. Mom! See, you don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent.
Thousands of siblings in foster care will take you just as you are.
This job looks perfect. It says you need a high school diploma. You've got one of those, right?
Skip the drama. Get your diploma.
I got that.
Find free adult education classes at finishyourdiploma.org.
The wind is blowing pretty much directly across the field today, so that might play a factor at some points. We're back for the bottom of the second. Dan Empson alongside a new member of our team, Josiah Rupp. How'd you get kind of into doing this, bud?
Well, I was actually one of my friends who plays baseball. His stepdad's sister, Kelly Hybrader, asked me to do this, and I thought it would sound like a lot of fun to do this. I watched the guys play from Blissfield. I know all of them, actually, so I'm glad to be out here.
And we appreciate you being out here. It's great fun to have students from all over the county helping us out with what we do here. And students going at it right now, we'll tell you what, Chase Wagner, first baseman for Onsted, in there. He's already down on the count, 0-2 as Cassabon sets up outside for this one. Fires it outside for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Luke's probably trying to settle down a little bit after that first inning.
Yeah, he took some shots off of him, but Luke's a competitor, so I'm not too worried about him.
Wagner chops one. Easy play made there by Spires as he gets over there in a routine play for the second baseman. What's the defense like for this Blissfield team? I mean, obviously they like to hit the ball a lot, but what are they like on the back end?
We have a really solid infield and outfield, I would say, but we're young too. Our only seniors right now in the infield are Luke Cassabon pitching and Alex Zucheski over at first. Everybody else is a junior or sophomore, so we're young, so we still got some good years left in us still.
And that's something we can say for Onsted as well. I mean, next year, these two teams are good this year already. Next year, it's going to be ridiculous. I mean, it's the only shame is that they might end up seeing each other in regionals instead of the state finals. But 1 ball, and it was a strike, but boy, it got looped out into the gap. And the center fielder, tell you what, Sispansky ran all the way to the wall just about for that one. And holding up, he got caught halfway between second and third, and there's a mental mistake, but they're going to allow him to say he was safe at second. I'm not sure about that, and your coach looks like he's a little upset about that.
Oh, yeah, Coach Tuttle, man. He's known around the league with the umpires. He knows them pretty well, so he's going to go out there and talk about this play. From my perspective, it looked like he was
It looked like Jones got the tag in on Thierry when he was kind of trying to decide whether to go from second to third. And that's one thing as a runner, you got to decide.
Yeah, you
got
to
to
make
the
a
other.
choice.
Don't second guess yourself, because when you do, all you're doing is giving the other team a chance. And Tuttle needed to go out there and let him know, hey, I hope you get the next call right there, Blue. Because it did look like they got the ball in there in time. Maybe the tag just didn't get in, and so Thierry gets the benefit of the doubt there. And since we don't have a video replay for them to go to, the call will stand, obviously. And so that'll put a runner on second for Onsted and bring up Garrett Hunt. Hunt will take ball 1, as you can hear the somewhat partisan crowd letting them know how much they like that batter's got a good eye. Hunt will take strike one now. As Casaban has now put himself in a situation where he's had runners in scoring position in each of the first 2 innings. Now, again, he's probably a strong enough pitcher to where that doesn't affect him too much, but still, you know, well, maybe it is affecting him a little bit as he let that one get away from him and plunks Hunt with looked like an off-speed pitch, so maybe he's not going to bruise him too much, but that does put runners on first and second again as Dallas Heidbreder is up. And Onsted is already back to the top of the order again here in the second inning. 1 out, runners on first and second. At what point does things not going your way start affecting you mentally?
I mean, I think it's right from the get-go. You know, you want to go out there as a pitcher, get the first couple innings out of the way for you. So we'll see how Luke manages with this. But I mean, I know Luke, and I bet he can get his way out of this.
And part of the fun of being around high school is you have very passionate fans, even more so I think than other levels because they've got kids involved. So we're hearing from Blissfield saying, settle down, settle down. We're hearing from Onsted saying, go to the bullpen. So both teams getting into it as it's a 1-1 count to Heidbreder, his second time up. First time up, Dallas singled. He'd love to do that again and maybe bring around a run. Casaban checks second base. Delivers, and Heidbreder flicks one over to third base, and a whole lot of gamesmanship there. They managed to get the runner at second, but that's about it as a nice takedown slide from Hunt made Spires go down as he was trying to turn 2.
Pitcher, Patrick Ayatt.
Runners on first and third, 2 outs. Ayatt's back up to try to help his own cause as Blissfield's unable to turn 2 and get out of the inning. That one's over the middle for a strike. I don't care how solid your infield is. When a guy's got somebody taking out his legs, it's hard play to make.
Yeah.
That one's outside. Ball 1 and strike 1. And that's one of the fun things, too, when you look at a pitcher and an umpire and a batter. I mean, every umpire has a slightly different version in their own mind of a strike zone. So you got to feel that out in the first couple innings. Casaban threw that one in a little bit high, and it wasn't quite as close as I made it look when he dove away, but it was close enough to where he needed to take a step back into the dirt. 2 balls and a strike as Casaban still trying to settle down here and get out of the inning without any damage. Ayatt fouls that one straight back. 2-2 now the count on Patrick. Scored a run last inning. One of the 2 players to come around for the Wildcats. He digs in, slightly open stance. 2-2. Gaspin steps off the rubber. Didn't want to get called for a balk. Luke looks in. Ayatt loops that one, but he puts it right towards Zeller. Zeller couldn't hang out, couldn't get to it. Still fumbling around. And Heidbreder coming all the way around. He will score. Ayatt gets in with a double as the ball just got over Alex Zeller's head out there in left field. And that's the second time that Zeller's kind of been caught a little bit off guard out there. So Dallas Heidbreder comes around, and Onsted will take a 4-2 lead on the Blissfield Royals. So what's going on out there?
You know, well, this isn't the way that most Blissfield fans were probably hoping this game would go, but Blissfield knew coming into this game that Onsted was a ball team and that they were in for a run. So we'll have to see how Blissfield manages with this.
Catcher Scott Lobostal back to the plate. Walked last time up. And he chops one down the third baseline. That is foul.
Courtesy runner at second base, number 33, Richard Davis.
Davis will come in to be the courtesy runner at second, so I can go ahead and chill out in the dugout. And that's one of the nice things that they do allow at the high school level for a runner for either the catcher or the pitcher. Casaban delivers in the dirt. That one got away from the catcher. And Fisher let that one bounce a little bit, which is going to allow Davis to get around to third base. So Davis on third, 1-1, 2 outs, and Blissfield trying to limit the damage and get out of the inning with only 2 runs. Inside, got away from him just enough. There's going to be a play at the plate. Davis is there, but another mishandled ball by a Blissfield defender, and just not able to hang on to it was Casaban. He was in position. He could have made the play. Ball jumped out of the glove.
Yeah, that's rough. You know, everything was there, set up. Spencer Fisher, though, throwing from his knees. It was just a rough play.
And there's another run. Makes it 5-2. Onsted up. Casaban kicks, delivers outside. Ball 3, 3-1 the count to Lowenthal. As Onsted starting to think, hey, we might be able to get another run in. 3-1 pitch, and that's going to be a walk. So Lowenthal to first base. And another visit out to the mound to have a little chit-chat about what's going on with one of his solid hurlers. What's Coach going to be saying, and are we allowed to repeat it on air?
You know, maybe not all of it, but but yeah, it looks like they're ready to bring in somebody new.
And Luke's just had a rough start to the game. It's not that he's pitched poorly necessarily. It's just the ball's been in spots where guys have been able to make plays on it, and that's definitely a challenge. It makes it a little more interesting for the Royals, and so they're going to make a quick change here. And who have we got now on the hill?
Now we got sophomore, number 11, Alex Slomsky. He's quite the pitcher, you know, a sophomore up on varsity pitching. He can do his thing out there, though. I mean, I'm totally confident what Al can do for Blissfield. Not worried at all. Luke had a rough couple of first innings, but I think Al can bring this game back around for us.
And Alex Slomsky, the son of one of our wonderful office manager type people at the LISD Tech Center. Tracy should be happy to see her son get into the game, although she'd probably have her rather be under different circumstances, maybe to close out a game instead of having to come in to get the second out or the last out in the second inning. Now Slomsky looks like he's got a little more body to him, if you will, than Casaban. So is he a little more of a power pitcher, or what's his style?
Oh yeah, Alex Slomsky's actual nickname is Big Al, as you can tell by the way he is. But yeah, he's going to bring in a little bit more power, I feel like, into his pitches than what Luke can.
A little more animated pitching style, it seems like. Seems like he's a guy that just likes to get up there and rear back and let it fly.
Yeah.
So, how does that change the mentality for somebody like Landon Duke, who's got to get ready for another pitcher?
I mean, I'm not too worried about it for Duke. I mean, this is Onsted baseball. They've been playing well. Adjusting to a new pitcher shouldn't be anything new to them. But we'll just have to see, because halfway through the second inning, you never really expect a new pitcher to have to come in.
And that is the challenge. But again, because this game is a little bit more important, if this was just a non-conference game where you're trying to get your guys some work, maybe you let him work his way out of it and continue on and say, okay, well, we didn't need to win this game anyways. It's not that big of a deal. But if Blissfield wins this game, they win the conference. Yep. Onsted wins this game. We're playing another one anyways, but it means that much more for these two teams, and that just gets the emotions up. So one of the cool things about today, though, is for both of these teams now, pretty much every game they have really does matter.
Yeah. Blissfield, luckily, though, they're having their districts at home. I'm not sure where Onsted is playing.
Same. They both got home districts, so good for them. They both have nice facilities for it, so that's a big part of it. And that's one of the things we were talking about a couple days ago. The way that the districts work out for MHSAA is they don't do a normal seeding like you'd see maybe at the college level where it's the best team plays the worst team and vice versa. It's kind of like you 6 teams are in this district. We're going to make some matchups, and we'll do that before the season, so you could see the 2 best teams playing each other in the first game of a district rather than the final.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not always the best thing. You know, you like to have your top 2 teams up there. It's cool for underdog teams who get through one game. Now they're looking at a second game possibly till they're at the finals. But I'd rather see the top 2 teams playing in the finals against each other.
Landon Duke bravely taking an 0-2 pitch and gets a ball just off the outside of the plate. Slomsky checks over to first base. Digs in. fires it and rips one right past Landon Duke to get Blissfield out of the jam. But the damage is done for Onsted. 5-2 their lead as we go to the third. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
Don't worry, 74 people were picked before me in the NFL draft.
To fight childhood obesity, United Way and the NFL are helping kids play at least 60 minutes a day.
Okay, time for the team obstacle course. Yay!
What this place needs is more healthy kids. To get involved or donate, go to unitedway.org/play60.
Now I get it.
If you want to be a parent, it doesn't matter how you play or even what you wear. You just need to be there. Thousands of teens in foster care don't need perfection. They just need you.
Welcome back. We've got the tunes rocking here at Onsted. Simple kind of game out here today, and it's very simple now. What needs to happen for the Blissfield Royals, they need to score some runs.
Yeah, luckily we got the top of the batting order coming back up, which started us off well with 2 runs. So
Zacheski going to be leading off again for Blissfield here at the top of the third. 5-2 is the score as Onsted managed to put a few more on there and chased away the starter, Luke Casabon. I'm guessing, did Casabon shift out of the outfield, or is he taking a seat?
Yeah, Casabon went out to center field for Grant Sospansky, and then Alex Slomsky came into the pitch.
And again, that's one of the nice things with high school is you can move things around. So I'm sure Luke's going to be a little extra motivated at the plate when he comes up next. But first things first, Alex is going to have his say. Hyatt kicks and delivers right over the middle for strike one. Tell me a little bit about your first baseman and how he's been playing. You tell me he's a pretty solid athlete, huh?
Oh yeah, Alex played football, played baseball. He was an all-state shortstop last year, but a football injury to his shoulder this year landed him over at first base. He's done his job just as well as when he was over at shortstop. His batting average right now is a .448, so Alex is quite the ball player.
Takes that ball inside, and that's what it is. Guys who know how to play. They can adapt to a new position, and Alex has done a great job on that. Hyatt kicks again, delivers, and gets him on the off-speed pitch there. Looks like it might have been a bit of a curveball there as Zacheski was not looking for that one. 2-2 now the count. Pops that one up. It's not going to drop. Hunt comes in and makes the play. Nice little blooper, but a little bit too much air underneath that one. Easy enough for him to camp underneath it, and one's away here in the top of the third.
Center fielder Luke Casabon.
And Luke Casabon coming up, struck out his first time up, and we documented the struggles on the hill for him. He's pitched well so far this season, so we got to imagine today's a bit of an anomaly for him. Doesn't make it any easier. He'll take that one outside. Ball one. And what's going to be going through his mind right now?
You know, I don't know. Luke's probably a little bit frustrated about the first couple innings, but he's ready to get up there and hit. And Luke is definitely one kid you do not want running the bases, because I would probably say he's in the top 3 fastest kids in our school.
Casabon looking for the next delivery from Hyatt. Pops that one back up over top and heading for the school bus. In fact, he just dinged the Blissfield school bus. Didn't break a window or anything, so I think that sucker will be okay. Yeah. 1-2 with one out. Casabon lets that one go outside. Looping pitch from Hyatt. And that'll make it 2-2. Hyatt looking in there. Kicks, delivers, and a rip over to third base. Nice play by Jones. He makes the throw over to first. And Wagner there for the second out of the inning. And you're not going to believe it, but the Onsted fans like that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. They're just as
Fisher.
excited as any Blissfield fan here. This game is really important. They need this one and the next one to clinch a league title. And right now it's going in their favor.
Well, and again, that's the nice thing about both these games is both teams control their own destiny. Hey, Onsted takes care of business at home. They win the LCAA. Blissfield gets one of these two, and they win the conference. That's part of the fun today. So now we'll see what Spencer Fisher can do as Blissfield tries to get back on the board. That's a hopper to second base. Stretched over to first and another out. And that'll get him out of the top of the third. Nice 1-2-3 inning for Hyatt. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
You know what I think? I think you forgot to lock your door. A lot of people do that. They forget. It's too bad because all crime needs is a chance. Don't give it the chance. It's my job to teach you to protect yourselves. Make it your job to learn. Write to box 6600, Rockville, Maryland. Oh, and one more thing. Lock your door and take a bite out of crime.
Sometimes all it takes to be a dad is remembering how to be a kid again. Take time to be a dad today.
Well, the Blissfield Royals might be feeling a little bit thunderstruck so far today as things have not quite gone the way they wanted to start off this game. 5-2 in favor of the Onsted Wildcats, but let's be honest, Blissfield knew this was going to be a tough game coming in, Josiah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, second-ranked team in the league right now. They're only down from Blissfield by one game, so these two games are, like we've been saying, are really important. So Blissfield needs to start turning things around if they want a different outcome for the league title. And
we've been talking about these two teams being very good in their conference so far, both first and second. But these are two top 10 teams in the state as well. I think at last count, Onsted was 7th, Blissfield was 8th. Just don't take it personally. But obviously today's going to go a long way to sorting that out as well. But these are two incredibly good teams, so it's not just like they're taking Lenawee County by storm. They are taking this whole state. Both these teams have a very good chance at making a deep run in the tournament. Bottom of the third for Onsted. Strike one in there. It's Isaac Henry, who had the triple last time up. I'm going to see what he can do to start things off for the Wildcats. Slomsky. Gix delivers high and outside for ball one. Slomsky coming in again last inning after the struggles from Casaubon, so he's going to hope to work through this inning quickly and get his offense back out there. Strike two. That looks like a fastball. I imagine you're going to see a few of those coming from him.
Yeah, Alex can really rocket it in there, so be expecting not to see anything crazy from him. He's a pretty consistent pitcher, too.
Flew that one outside. Fisher did a nice job at getting a handle on it. Catcher, I don't care what anybody says, probably the toughest position in baseball.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
not the most mentally demanding, but got to be one of the most physically demanding.
Yeah, especially in the heat of baseball. You know, like right now it's probably feeling gorgeous out to Spencer Fisher back there behind the catcher's plate, but when the temperatures can reach into the 80s, maybe 90s, feeling with some humidity, that gear gets hot.
And again, I've been through that. I've been wearing the catcher's gear before, and it's kind of funny. Jones pops one over to shortstop. Play is a little high and can't get back down on the bag. Jones made the throw over to Zaszewski, but he had to sky up there for it. Kept it from going any further, but that allowed Jones to get there first base. That's a hit. That's not really an error. It was just a little bit of a muffled ball and couldn't quite get the throw down.
First baseman, Chase Wagner.
Chase Wagner up. Grounded out his last time up last inning. He lays down the bunt and a little bit of a bobble from Slomsky, but he gets the out over at first base, but did what he was supposed to do and got Jones over to second to put another runner in scoring position.
Second baseman, Josh Tyree.
Josh Tyree, the second baseman, Onsted Wildcats trying to manufacture a run here. Wearing those fun camos with the vest look. I kind of like that look.
Yeah, that's something different. You know, that camo has really become a popular thing for like baseball shirts and undershirts.
I know it's tough for you to talk nice about another team, but the style's not bad. I mean, you guys would just be copying them right now, so you can't really go that way with Blissfield. But
yeah.
Jones takes a healthy lead out there. Of course, with 2 outs, he's moving on any sort of sound, and so he took about halfway over to third, just hoping that that maybe Tyree could make some contact there. 2-0 the count to him. Doesn't have a whole lot of strike zone, this second baseman. Slomsky deciding to step off the rubber as he looked back there and saw Jones trying to take a little too much of a lead. Slomsky kicks and delivers. Outside, ball 3, 3-0. What are you looking for as a player on a 3-0 pitch? I mean, do you ever swing at those? I guess maybe if it's straight down the middle. But
You know, me personally, if it's perfect, I'm going for it. Like, I know a lot of coaches give you the sign to hold off, but I mean, if it's there and you can put it in play, I'd go for it.
And Tyree's so ecstatic about getting the walk that he threw the ball and threw the bat back and almost hit Garrett Hunt in the face with it. So Hunt will be up for the Wildcats with runners on first and second as he's trying to bring another run around. Slomsky fires that one in there for another strike. And Hunt scored a run last inning. Slomsky trying to prevent him from doing anything like that this inning. That one's popped straight up. Should be an easy enough play for Jones. Camps underneath it and gets Blissfield out of the bottom of the third. We'll come back and see if Onsted can do anything in the fourth. If Blissfield can do anything in the fourth, rather. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
Today, 1 out of every 4 American kids is Hispanic. That means many of the future doctors who will care for us, the engineers who will build our cities, the scientists and entrepreneurs of our country can be your kids. We all know how hard it is for you to send them to college. This is why we want you to know you are not alone. And every day more people support you to make it happen. Many support you. And the Hispanic Scholarship Fund helps you prepare, plan, and pay for your kids' college education. HSF.net.
Don't let E. coli mosh with your food. An estimated 3,000 Americans die from a foodborne illness each year. So always separate raw meat from vegetables. Keep your family safe at foodsafety.gov.
Welcome back to the start of the fourth inning. Before we get underway, we are proud to say that LSPN is a sports programming network proudly shown on LISD TV. LSPN is overseen by our instructors and operated by students within the Lenawee Intermediate School District. LSPN offers live sports broadcast experience to students. If you would like to join the team, please email us at lisdtv@lisd.us.
And it is because of students like you, Josiah. We appreciate you coming out here helping us out. And, of course, everybody else helping us out up in the booth and hanging out in the dugouts. They talk about the frontline people, our camera people hanging out in the dugouts. You guys do a great job, and so far, so good. No incidents or anything, and we're obviously hoping nothing bad happens to anyone. No foul balls have come their way, and we're hoping for their sake and to a much lesser extent the sake of our cameras that nothing comes into the dugout. Second strike in there from Hyatt as he is attempting to shut down this Blissfield attack. Chase Levens looking at the 0-2 pitch. Fouls that one off. He's still got a chance at another one. Cleanup hitter had to sacrifice his first time up. The right fielder wants to make something happen for the Royals. Hyatt touching the rubber. Oh, he got him on the off-speed pitch. Kind of looked like Chase was looking for something else out there.
Yeah. The last couple had been out there, and Chase went down swinging.
Second strikeout of the day for Hyatt. Which makes sense. I mean, he's last time we saw him pitch against, I believe it was Napoleon. He lit up a whole lot of the Pirates there, but this is a much better hitting Blissfield team, so you'd understand only a couple strikeouts. Dakota Nito, who had a great hit in the first inning. Thought about it, chose not to.
It looks out there that they're really looking for him to pull this. They've slid in the second baseman all the way over and right next to the shortstop.
Yeah, hey, sometimes you just know where a kid swings and how they like to hit, but there's only the infield that's that high in the shift. It looks like the outfield's still kind of about where they usually are. That's a strike in there, 2-1. I think that's like, what was it, David Ortiz gets the same kind of shift.
Yeah.
in the majors.
From being that lefty.
You know, there was a team in Korea that tried to put a guy behind the plate, like behind the catcher in foul territory, as a major shift, and apparently that's not allowed in the rules. So it's good to know that. 2-2 now, the count on Nito. Setting up outside. He lets it go to get to a full count. 3-2. 1 out here in the top of the 4th. Blissfield trying to get back in this game. The kick from Hyatt. Nito chops it to third base. It gets past Jones, but that's why you do it that way, and Nito's going to be able to, nope, he just takes one. As the ball got away from Wagner, but he wasn't able to take advantage of that. And now you see why the shift is on.
Yeah, they made the right decision on that. Put it right over there.
And Heidberger backing up Jones. Jones couldn't get his glove down, but slowed it down enough to where Dallas Heidberger had a chance at a play. But also that kept it from only being a single, because that might have been a double with how deep the left fielder would have been had he not had the shortstop backing him up.
Yep.
Tell me a little bit about the lefty in the lineup for Blissfield, Joe Jones.
Joe Jones is another transfer student from Airport. Really good ball player. He's filled in at shortstop now that Alex Ucheski has been moved over to first base. Joe Jones is a sophomore. Really good ball player. I'm really happy to see him play here at Blissfield the next couple of years.
Well, he's going to have to think his way through a few more of those swings, as he tried to chase a Hyatt fastball. And instead, that's ball 1 and strike 1. As Jones is setting up to try to do something to move his guy around. That one's low in there for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Nito on first base. Jones flew out his first time up, but hoping for a different result this time. Hyatt kicks and delivers high. 3 balls and a strike. And tell you what, Lowenstahl and Fisher, the 2 catchers today, aside from a couple of pass balls with Casamon to start things off, catchers have been doing pretty good so far.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of good work back there. Both teams are. I mean, catcher's super important position. The silly errors back there and can turn a whole game around.
And it looked like that was an interesting one, because you can see that Lowenstahl was crouched like he was expecting the ball to be up in the zone, and I had dropped it all the way down and ended up being a walk, and instead of anything over the plate high enough to get him to chase.
Left fielder, Alex Zeller.
So runners on first and second. For Alex Zeller, the left fielder. Double last time up. And he takes the first pitch for a ball. You know, as a batter, you got to be thinking opportunity here.
Yeah, definitely with a runner in scoring position. Alex had that double last time. Put contact on the ball, you're sending that runner on second to third or even to home. Give Royals some life back into this game.
And the last swing Alex had right there is exactly what he was thinking. Unfortunately, couldn't catch up to it. Or that one. And that'll be 1 ball and 2 strikes now, as Zeller has taken some cuts, but he hasn't made contact. That's kind of how I looked, only a lot more goofy when I was up there trying to hit the ball. Like, man, I could swing the bat, but it didn't come anywhere near the ball. Zeller, the 1-2 pitch, lets that one go low. A lot of communication from this Blissfield side. He's like, hey guys, hang out. He didn't lose the ball.
Yeah, that's an important thing from the batter on pass balls or on plays to the outfield. The batter on deck also has to be communicating. If Dakota Nito was to come home, Cedric Gonzalez here on deck would have to be telling him to hold up at third or where the play is coming from. If there's a play at chance at home, whether to get down and slide or to stay up. So everybody out here is really important for communication.
Full count on Zeller. 3-2 pitch coming in. And they're going to punch him out. Zeller thought maybe it was a little bit outside. The umpire disagrees. And that's another strikeout for Hyatt. Both outs in the 4th inning have been strikeouts, but there's also 2 runners on. And Cedric Gonzalez would love a couple RBIs.
Designated hitter, Cedric Gonzalez.
man they call, was he just the Bull, or does he have, is it?
It's just Bull.
Just Bull?
Bull.
Not even a the.
No.
We don't even have to give him that moniker. It's just Bull.
Bull.
I imagine that's going to be fun going down the hallway.
Yeah. He likes it, though, even in football and stuff, you know.
Well, Bull just swung and missed again, 0-2. He's maybe a little overzealous trying to poke something out there. So definitely a pitcher's count here for Hyatt as he's trying to get out of a little bit of a jam here in the fourth. Kicks and delivers well outside, ball one. Hey, good pitch. 1-2 to Gonzalez. Kick, delivers. Gonzalez chops one to the shortstop Hydebretter. He's got a long throw to make. Gets there in time as Gonzalez couldn't quite leg it out in the infield. And Onsted will get out without any runs scored. You're watching Varsity High School Baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
The bear climbed over the mountain, the bear climbed over the mountain, the bear climbed over the mountain, and what do you think he saw? What do you think he saw? What do you think he saw? The bear climbed over the mountain, the bear climbed over the mountain, the bear climbed over the mountain, and what do you think he saw?
Life's taught me a lot, and I'm ready for more.
Well, you're not the typical kind of candidate that I hire, but you are exactly what I'm looking for.
Your company could be missing out on the candidates it needs most. Learn how to find a great pool of untapped talent at gradsoflife.org.
So glad you could join us on a sunny day here at Onsted High School. It's a little bit blustery, so I'm glad the sun has come back out again, Josiah.
Yeah, it feels nice. This breeze blowing straight across the field, it looks like, maybe a little bit to our backs. Been pulling those balls more to the right field out there.
So if you've been noticing a little bit of wind noise maybe in what we've been doing, that's why, because we've got a little bit of wind coming across the microphones, but hasn't been affecting the game too much yet. But will be interesting to see what happens here as we get to the bottom of the fourth. Dallas Hydebretter starting things off, and his aunt, Kelly Hydebretter, of course, who runs our TV station here. She knows Sweet Caroline by Neil Diamond. I don't know if Dallas is old enough to remember that song, but hopefully the family's teaching him a little bit about the classics. And Dallas maybe could teach her a few things about playing baseball. He scored 2 runs already as he chops that one down the third baseline. That one's going to be foul, though. Nice move over there by Nito. He was in position to make a play, but couldn't get to the chopper before it got across the line. When you look around the world, there's baseball, of course, derived from a couple different sports that are out there, and one of those is cricket. They just had the Cricket World Cup, and I'm actually going somewhere with this. I lived in New Zealand for a few years, learned a little bit about cricket. One of the things that I liked about it, the pitch is an oval, so anywhere you hit the ball, it's in fair play. I could never hit the ball fair when I played baseball. That one goes over top of Hydebretter's head. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, I've been on vacation a couple times in, more down to the Caribbean where cricket's somewhat,
the Windies
maybe not
are
over
big,
it.
the West Indies, big guys like to play that.
But, it's kind of like a lot of people back here in America, a lot of people either really enjoy baseball or they find it really slow and boring. And instead they like a game like soccer where it's constantly going, something's always happening. But
1-2,
Hydebretter
pops that one up in our neighborhood. Other side of the home plate, though. And I tell you what, cricket is even a slower moving game than baseball for the most part. So that takes a different mindset if you're watching that game. But we're going to stick with the American version because I'll be honest with you, I don't know the rules for the other one. Hydebretter, 1-2 after that foul. He was already 3/4 of the way to first base before he knew where that ball landed. Dallas just, you can contact and he'll run. They kick from Slomsky in the dirt. 2-2 now, the count. And Dallas is third at bat in 4 innings now. And that's not always a good sign for the other team, hey?
No, that's never a good sign. I mean, they've already gone through 2 pitchers now. Alex has kept this one at 0 the last couple innings, and that was a good catch right there by Joe Jones.
Hydebretter just kind of knocked it right out there, and Slomsky will win the battle of the 11s there. Both players number 11.
Yeah.
Hey, hit it hard, And so Ayat will have to do a little damage on his own to try to keep his team moving in the right direction. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Blissfield will want to get out of this because they're running out of opportunities to score. Kick from Slomski, and that one fired over there, and Nito making an awesome jumping grab to keep that one from being a hit. There's that defense you were talking about.
Yeah, Dakota Nito, he's something special. The transfer from Adrian High School. Coach Tuttle convinced him to come over here, play some baseball for us. Kids love him in school. He's a cool guy to be around, and right there just shows you how good of an athlete he is.
Tell you what, Adrian's a good team too, so obviously he saw something that he wanted to do over here. As the chopper goes over to Nito again, he makes that throw with ease from third base. You got yourself somebody in the hot corner there for Blissfield. And the Royals will come back and try to do something on their own in the 5th. You are watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
Hi, may I please have an application? Thank you.
Skip the drama. Get your diploma.
Okay.
Take that first step towards a better future. Find free adult education classes at finishyourdiploma.org.
Don't let salmonella get funky with your chicken. On average, 1 in 6 Americans will get a foodborne illness this year. So learn the right temperature to cook each type of meat. Keep your family safe at foodsafety.gov.
We decided to jump over in a little bit of country because, well, hey, who doesn't love a little bit of country? Besides me, I'm not a huge fan, but I tell you what, over here in Onsted, they like all kinds of music. We've heard all kinds of music today, and the sound system, tell you what, it is something special here, and we have been able to enjoy it quite a bit today.
Yeah, and I think they're just glad to be listening to anything right now, you know, being up 5-2 on Blissfield. This is huge 2 games for them, like we've been saying, league title.
This is exactly what they wanted to see. Coach Randall was telling us, like, hey, you know, we're going to come out with our strength, and Patrick Ayat is their ace here for the Wildcats. So it'll be interesting to see what happens if Onsted can hang on for this one, what that second game will bring. 5-2. We are here in the top of the 5th. Blissfield.
Kyle Spires.
With Kyle Spires starting things off, and Kyle, you know, he's got the little fluoro edge motif. I see he's got the little fluoro orange on the gloves, little fluoro orange on the bat.
Yeah.
He's just hoping it helps him. Had a grounder his first time up. Stands back in again as Ayat has not shown any real signs of wavering out there after that first inning where he gave up a couple runs. First ball's in the dirt. Spires gets out of the way of the second pitch. That one came in a little bit close up top. I don't think either of these pitchers have meant for the balls to get away from him, but there have been a couple that have done a little bit up in the facial region. All right, kicks and delivers on the 2-0 pitch. Gets a strike across. Which it kind of looked like Spires thought that one should have been outside too, but the umpire gives it to him. And judging by our umpire today, I would not argue with the man. He looks like he's done more than just play baseball in his time.
Yeah. Every umpire is different, though, like we said before. So, I mean, maybe he's giving a little bit more to the outside than Kyle's used to.
Ayat, 3-1 pitch. Delivers outside, and Kyle worked that at bat and got himself on base with a walk. And that'll bring us back to the top of the order. Alex Jacheski, the first baseman / every other position, probably, if he felt like it, if the shoulder was feeling better. Now, is that something for him? What year is he?
He's a senior.
He's a senior. Okay,
Yep.
I was trying to think about next year if he'd be able to play football or something like that, but
no, this is it for him with Blissfield baseball. So this game is probably bigger to him than anybody, being on Blissfield baseball for so long and being in the program with Coach Tuttle for so long.
And again, he's one of one seniors or 2 seniors you guys?
Yeah,
have
that we
got?
had at the infield. No, we got a couple seniors, but Casaban and Alex Zucheski were the only 2 in the infield for the first couple of innings.
2-0. That one's going to get a couple of groans from the Onsted faithfuls. They thought that should have been a strike. 3-0 now the count, though, to Zacheski. And Blissfield looking like an opportunity to put 2 base runners on to begin this 5th inning. That one's across the middle. Like you said, you take that pitch unless it's absolutely perfect, and it looks like he was taking it all the way.
Yeah. I mean, that's a questionable decision. He might have gotten that from his third base coach. Don't ever want to make the coaches mad.
Well, Zacheski pops that one out into center field, and he's on his horse, but no chance for Hunt to get out there. Zacheski will take a double. He's going to come around to third. They're going to try to get him at third because we've already got ourselves a run scored for the Blissfield Royals. Aspires comes all the way around on the triple from Zacheski, and I got a little fist pump from you there.
Yeah,
it's almost like you're trying to be non-biased when you talk, but I see your gestures.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you expect out of an all-state baseball player, come in big situations, get a hit like that, get his team going again.
Exactly, and now we see ourselves at 5-3 with a runner on third and a little talking to from third base coach for Casaban, who's probably telling him, hey, now's your chance, bud. You get us a chance to get 1 run down and all of a sudden get back in the game. And, of course, not that he's thinking about his own stats, but I'm sure Luke would love to have that loss erased from his record.
Yeah.
So Casaban digs in, thinking about his little squeeze play as Jones came running in. Pretty good moves for a third baseman out there.
Yeah, and that squeeze is really important to lay down because that guy on third base is going no matter what. So, I mean, if you don't get that bunt down, that's killer for your guy running home.
Got to be in the right spot. Yep. So that'll be 1 strike. Casaban brings the bat back. He didn't even think about the bunt there. That might have been a first pitch thing. If you get something you can bunt down, throw it down. Otherwise, just go back to hitting the ball. Of course, Luke, as good of a hitter as he is, you don't necessarily want to take that away from him if you can help it.
Yeah.
1-1. All right, glancing over to third base. That one's going to be a little bit inside. Casaban sold it a little bit as well, but he'll take the 2-1 count. Zacheski trying to mess with Aya a little bit as he drifts a few steps in every pitch here.
And the shortstop is really covering third, looking for that squeeze bunt coming in.
Well, that's a swing and a miss there from Casaban, and it's got to be exactly what Aya wants, obviously, a strikeout to get himself back into a better situation. 2-2 to pitcher turned outfielder Luke Casaban. And time called. Casaban will step out and reset himself. Ayat doing the same as he looks in for the sign. There's a pitch. Casaban gets a hold of it, but that is foul onto the track here at Onsted. Gonna have to send somebody out to fetch that one. There's a whole lot of great kids here at Onsted High School, though, that have no problem running a couple extra laps, probably envisioning themselves in the base pass one day.
Yeah. I always remember that growing up as a little kid watching my brother play, always wanting to run after the foul balls and go back to the dugout and be able to hand them to, like, the older players or the coaches.
Sure. 2-2 pitch there from Ayat. Outside, 3-2. Which I'm sure you could tell by the lack of large reaction from the Onsted faithful had he gotten a strikeout there. Full count. So this is going to matter one way or the other. Ayat kicks and delivers. Casaban pokes that one out there. It's a pop fly that looks like will be caught by Weirich, and he throws it in, but not in time. So the sacrifice happens, and Casaban may not have gotten a hit, but he does get the run in, and all of a sudden it's a 5-4 ball game with 1 out here in the top of the 5th.
Pitchers. Spencer Fisher.
Spencer Fisher, the catcher, coming up. So nobody on. I can settle down a little bit now. 1 out. Fisher reaching an error in the first inning, grounded out in the third, and takes a ball for the first pitch here in the 5th. What can you tell me about Spencer Fisher, aside from the fact that he gets to wreck his knees every game a little bit as doing a great job catching behind the plate?
Spencer, big, strong athlete, sophomore again. Like I said, we got a young team out there. Spencer's going to be around in the Blissfield baseball program for a while. He played mostly first base last year, but when Alex got a shoulder injury. They had Spencer turn out to be a catcher instead, which he's been doing fine back there.
I tell you what, if you can swing the bat as a catcher and you can maintain yourself in there, that's something that's a rare quality. 2-1 the count. Hyatt puts that in there, and just a rip shot down the alley between left and center. Absolute shot from Fisher. He's going to try for 2. Shouldn't have too much trouble getting in there. Standing up. And another hit as the Blissfield Royals are finally starting to figure out Patrick Hyatt again. And as a result, I think it's just the game ball. I thought maybe the coaching staff be coming out to say hi to him, and they are. Also managed to throw that ball, and it came off the track as well. And again, that's the thing. When you're in high school baseball, you may have 5 or 6 game balls. You're not coming with 20 or 30 like they do in Major League.
Major Leagues, yeah.
So we're going to have the entire infield in to talk to Hyatt there, let him settle down a little bit and say, hey, you've been doing good, man. You had 3 straight innings with no runs given up and really got through the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th without too much trouble, but another 2 runs here in the 5th. What do you think's going on out there at the mound right now?
I don't think they're getting close to pulling him yet. Hyatt's a really good pitcher. I think they're just telling him take a breather still. He still has 1 run until they're tied again. But with Blissfield's batters, anything is possible. We got some kids who can rip the ball. Now Jordan Brinke is in to pinch run for Spencer Fisher for catcher. And
looks like we got a swap at the plate as well.
Yeah, Adam Forkey, lefty, for Chase Levens.
And Forkey, which I'll be honest, the first time I looked at his names, I did not think Forkey was how he spelled it, so thanks for helping out there on that one. The lefty, who's listed as a pitcher, first base, and outfielder, anywhere you want to put him pretty much, huh?
Yeah, he's pretty versatile. He does it all. And being that lefty is nice. Get the ball away. Hopefully he can pull it to right field, get the ball away from the base runner going to 3rd.
So Forkey, 6-foot senior. Another one of those guys who's been around the program for a couple of years and probably, again, winning another conference title would mean a whole lot to him.
Yeah, Adam's been in love with baseball for a really long time, plays all the positions. I remember playing on his team back in Little League. He really likes the sport, and I'm glad that he's getting a chance to bat this game.
1-1 the count. And you need guys like Forkey. You can pretty much plug him in wherever you need to just to fill a gap, and that's a valuable commodity to have. Swings down in the dirt on that one, and he wanted to swing a little differently there, and they almost got
Jordan Brinke.
Got Brinke out there. Sorry, yeah, he's the pinch runner out there. As he was stretching down to 3rd base, probably because he thought that Forkey had a hit coming. That one's in there for a strike, and Forkey just got fooled by Hyatt for the 2nd out of the inning. So that move probably didn't work out quite the way Coach wanted it.
Baseman Dakota Nito.
4th strikeout on the game for Hyatt. Dakota Nito having to step back in there as they're just going to give him, we're just going to auto walk him.
Hey, that's the right decision with a batter like Dakota Nito, I'd say.
And
I mean, you saw him put the ball in play the last couple of times he's been up to bat.
That's one of those things that I like about high school, that obviously in the pros they make you throw the 4 pitches out.
Yeah.
High school, we're like, you know what, we're going to walk him anyways.
Yeah.
Just put him on first and let's skip that.
Yeah.
Skip the charade.
Don't got lights down here. We got time limit, sunlight.
Right. Joe Jones up now, takes a first pitch for a ball, and Jones with an opportunity to tie the ball game if he gets a decent enough hit here. Another one of those guys with no strike zone on your team. As a result, that pitch might have been a strike on some guys, not on Jones. That'll be ball 2. I mean, you throw a ball that's normally belt level against Jones, it's chest level.
Yeah.
And I can make that joke because I think he and I are about the same height.
Yeah, and that's the thing with just having Adam Forkey up to bat last time was 6 foot tall. Now you turn around and you got a 5'9", 5'10" batter up. It really switches that strike zone up.
So Hyatt getting a little chit-chat from his catcher. Lobenstall trying to settle him down and say, hey, let's just get out of the inning. 2 outs, 2-0. That's down for 3-0. And Hyatt's a little frustrated out there trying to get the ball across the plate. He just wants to get out of this inning, but it doesn't usually get you out of the inning when all you're throwing is balls. So 3-0 pitch. Hyatt just wanted to get this one over the middle. And he does for a strike. Jones probably sitting back thinking, man, I wanted to swing at that.
Yep. His dad out there is actually the 3rd base coach, so
you really don't want to defy him.
Yeah, yeah.
Hyatt puts that one. Jones thought it was inside. The umpire disagrees. They're going to call it a strike. 3-2 the count now. Jones shaking his head about that one. But man in blue makes the decisions more than the guys in purple do today. So here we go. 3-2, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Jones a chance to even the game up. Hyatt trying to get out of the inning. And Jones is going to take time, step back, collect his thoughts, and maybe mess with Hyatt's thoughts a little bit. Hyatt delivers. Jones swing and a miss as Hyatt got him chasing something just off the plate. So 5-4 is the score. 2 runs for Blissfield. Onsted will have a chance to answer when we come back. You're watching Varsity High School Baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
When you're out there, there's no telling what you'll find.
I see it, I see it! Oh, look at you.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org.
How can I help my daughter with her reading?
Searching for help with Dachshund Reading.
Why do you not get me?
I do. This is what it feels like for kids with learning and attention issues. Redirecting to understood.org.
And we'll welcome back to the bottom of the 5th inning. A little bit of one of the Canadian masterminds of music. Summer of '69, as we've been rolling through some classics, some newer stuff. The kids getting a little education on music here. We're getting education on baseball as well. 5-4 the score right now. Blissfield trying to do something
Right fielder, Landon Duke.
to knock down Onsted and get a chance to get back to the plate. Landon Duke will start things off. The crowd has been enjoying themselves today. They're fighting off the breeze. At least the sun's out to try to balance that stuff out. And as long as we can keep track of all of our papers here, Josiah, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah,
done a great job of fetching.
Yeah, the wind's blowing pretty hard. Straight across the field.
A little poke out there from Levens. That's not going to get far enough. And that'll be out number 1.
Designated hitter Isaac Henry.
As Levens still out there playing right field. Made the play for Blissfield. So Landon Duke not able to do a whole lot with his at-bat. Now it'll be Isaac Henry. Triple his first time up. Didn't go quite as well for him the second time. Slomsky throws that one low to start things off. 1 ball. Henry swing and a miss at the second pitch. 1-1. And you gotta love all the support that the players get from the fans around here. But some of the lines that people say, especially in baseball, crack me up. Eye on the ball, like, yep, that's kind of what we're trying to do. Appreciate it.
Some of the smart comments they make, like they don't know what they're
Always
doing out
supportive.
there. At the varsity level, just let the guys play. But hey, they're the parents. They're always going to say stuff.
Exactly. 2-2 now the count after that one was a little bit outside from Slomsky. And again, it's all positive. It's all meant to encourage these kids out here. But at the same time, you kind of sit back and laugh a little bit. Got a hold of that one just a little bit. Henry, unfortunately, put it right where Sospansky was. And that's out number 2 here in the bottom of the 5th, which is exactly what Blissfield wanted. 2 batters up. 2 batters down for the Wildcats, and I think Blissfield would love to get back to bat as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and Alex has done a really good job here for the last couple innings, bringing them back into this game, not allowing stuff. And the defense has picked up, especially last inning with Nito's plays.
Well, and again, there were maybe Blissfield came out into this game a little bit hyped up. You saw some mistakes early on, really from both teams defensively, so they've both settled down now, and we got ourselves a good game. 1 strike to begin with. Jones fouls that one straight back. That'll be strike 2 on the big third baseman. And the unenviable position of a hitter being down 0-2 with 2 outs. Jake, a little bit of an open stance as a hitter. Pokes that one from Slomsky over top of the press box. into the grass. I think someone just called Jones Bubba from the sidelines. Might be his nickname. Slomski puts that one in there. Jones rips it down the third baseline. That one is just fair, and nothing Nito could do to get to that ball. Jones legging it out for 2, and he'll be in there standing up. And a 2-out double for Jake Jones to give Onsted a little bit of life. I imagine that was the opposite of what Slomski was looking for.
Yeah, you know, but if I'm Alex Slomski right now, I'm just getting this next batter with 2 outs. I'm not worrying about Jones on second base at all.
Well, again, Jones has got that 90 feet quickness we talked about. I don't really see him being a gigantic threat to be stealing necessarily out there. And again, even if he does steal, okay, great. You're still focused on Wagner at the plate. So that'll be a strike on Wagner on a foul tip. He bunted his last time up to get the sacrifice and move a guy over, but yet to get a hit, which has got to be encouraging for Slomski. Kicks, delivers, strike 2. And again, we're looking at a 0-2 count.
Let's go, Chase. Get it in half.
Wagner waiting for the delivery from Slomski. Outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Onsted threatening with Jones on second as he takes a big lead. He's taken halfway down to third. There's a chopper, third baseman. And Nito does what he's supposed to do. Gets the ball over and gets him out of the 5th. 5-4, still our score. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
Rosita, did you know there's a right way to sneeze? Let's show them it, Luke. Got it. When you feel like your nose needs to give it at you, this is how you act. This is what you do. Lift your arm up high, bend it toward your face. Sneeze right there in the belly place. Achoo! You can do it for ease. Achoo! That's the right way to sneeze. Thank you.
To learn more about preventing flu, visit flu.gov.
The odds of this boy achieving his dream in fashion? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs.
Well, the sun is shining here at Onsted High School. We've got, we're back on the country kick, I think, from the sound of things there, Josiah.
Left fielder, Alex Zeller.
And a little powwow at the mound for Onsted. And what's our conversation out there?
I'm saying they still got Hyatt in there even after giving up 2 runs last inning. But, hey, they need to finish this game with 2 more solid innings left, and then they'll have to take it into Game 2 for league title.
And Alex Zeller begs to differ with that assumption. He's going to do his best to make life difficult for Patrick Hyatt.
Yeah, and Alex Zeller, I mean, he doesn't look that big out there, but right now he's hitting with a batting average of 400, and once he gets on base, he has some wheels that he can use to get around base.
You don't have to hit a home run, man. You just get on base, you can do some damage, but he'll take strike 1 there as he looks at the first pitch from Hyatt. Of course, 7 innings in high school baseball, which means we've only got 1 more after this, so outs are starting to become a precious commodity for the Blissfield Royals. Hot shot over to Jones at third. He'll get it over to Wagner at first, and that'll be 1 down, as there wasn't much Zeller could do to try to outrun that one. He just hit it a little bit too hard and right at the third baseman.
Gonzalez.
Got a little bit too far out in front of that pitch. Cedric Gonzalez. Bowl back up at the plate, his 4th time. Looking for another opportunity to tag Hyatt. Hyatt throws a looping pitch for a ball. Seen a decent mix of off-speed and fastballs from Hyatt today as he tries to keep the hitters guessing. That one's in the dirt for ball 2, though. At what point do you think he's going to start getting tired out there?
You know, with only 7 innings and as much pitching as I has done in the past, I bet he can throw all 7 if he has to, but any more of these balls that he keeps throwing, he's got to keep wearing himself out. With as few pitches that he has left, they need to start coming in as strikes.
Yeah, I saw him punch his glove right there, getting a little frustrated. Down 3-0 to Gonzalez. And both strikes means the kind of guy who might be swinging away in a 3-0 pitch.
There we go.
Thought about it. Instead, he's going to get the walk. And no one was sure what the call was there. Gonzalez standing around like he thought he might have gotten away with one. They're going to call that one a ball. And that'll put a runner on first with 1 out in the 6th.
Second baseman, Kyle Spires.
Spires, who walked his last time up, hoping he can at least duplicate that, if not something better for Blissfield. With 1 out, they're going to put a pinch runner out there.
Courtesy runner at
Brady
first,
Griffith, number 3. Brady Griffith, son of our assistant superintendent, actually, for the intermediate school district, Kyle Griffith. And one thing I tell you about the Griffith family is they are tenacious.
Yeah, I mean, Brady is one of 3 triplets, 2 other girls at his house, and everybody makes fun of them for being silent but deadly. I mean, Brady, yeah, they're all quiet kids in school, but when they get out there on the field, they'll hit back and stuff.
I'll tell you what, if he's pinch running, that's because he's got some speed. And I looking over there at him. Fires in strike 2, though, to Spires. And Spires is going to probably see something off the plate here. Hyatt delivers. Spires gets punched out as he thought that was a ball, thought it was low. The umpire begged to differ. And Hyatt still dealing strikeouts here in the 6th. So Griffith over there on first, looking for an opportunity to run.
Alex Zachuski.
And Alex Zacheski has his opportunity to make a difference for his team, as notice a little bit of damage there in the left pant leg, or right pant leg rather.
Yeah, that's the one thing the guys have been talking about lately is how much head first diving Alex likes to do. His coaches aren't always fond of it because of his shoulder, but I mean, he's a good ball player, so I say let him do what he wants to do.
Let him get a little dirty out there. He just absolutely took a huge cut at that foul ball. 1 strike. He's going to take a ball on the second pitch, but Alex wants to drive something right now. You can just tell from his stance and the way that he took a cut at that foul ball. He wants this swing to change the game.
Yeah, and Alex really got it going last time when he had that triple and brought Kyle Spires all the way home.
Zacheski cracked that one off the backstop. Hard enough to make the fans want to take their hands back a little bit.
Yeah, we got some dads sitting back here behind the fence.
The unfortunate part for Zacheski is now that puts him in a 1-2 situation here, as Ayek can get out of this inning with 1 more pitch. That one's outside, though. 2-2, and 2 outs. Ayek 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning. Zacheski 1 pitch away from changing it, and there it is. He gets a hold of it. It might be far enough. It's far enough to hit the wall at least. And Duke is going to have to try to make a play on it. That's going to probably bring a run around. There's going to be a play at the plate. Heidbritter gets it in. They're not going to be able to get him. Peeled off trying to make the play at the plate. Lobostal decided it would be a smarter idea for him to hold Zacheski out there at second. And as a result, the throw was just a little bit off target. Heidbritter put it to the first base side of the plate and a few steps off, and not a whole lot Lobostal could do anything about that one. We got ourselves a tie baseball game.
Yeah, and that was an interesting play. I mean, a lot of the crowd was, I think, a little upset that he didn't try to go for the tag at home. But I mean, that's a decision that the catcher has to make, because if something goes wrong, you move Alex Zacheski, who's now on second, to third base, and you can have all sorts of other problems. So I'm going to say that the catcher made the right decision there, letting the play go at home and holding Alex at second.
And I'll be honest with you, with where things were at, if you're focusing on trying to dive over and make a play on a runner, whether or not you get him, that guy's going to get to third.
Yeah.
Now, you might have 3 outs and you're done, but the guy's probably going to get to third. And the man that just had that relay throw a little off target, Dallas Heidberg, going to come in now to try to close things out for Onsted and limit the damage coming in. So here's our situation. 2 outs, top of the 6th. This game looked like it started off all Blissfield, up 2-0 to start things off.
Yeah.
And then Onsted came back with 2, took over the game up 5-2. And in the last 2 innings, Blissfield's battled back. This is exactly what we were expecting.
Yeah, you got to be expecting this out of the best 2 teams in the league. This is what all the fans here are here to watch.
You know, Heidbritter a little wild on the warm-ups. He's smiling out there, so that's a good sign, I guess, for Onsted. But
hey, if you're going to throw those, you might as well be in warm-ups.
Exactly. Kind of looked like Major League, like a little Wild Thing Vaughn going on there. That one's a little bit in there. Heidbreder, kind of their closer / number 2. So if they're pitching him right now, that might mean you're not going to see him in the second game. And that's where it starts getting interesting in baseball versus basketball or football. You're only playing one game in a day. There's no real opportunity of a doubleheader unless it's some kind of AAU tournament or something like that.
Yeah.
But you're not going to see that in high school sports. You're not going to see a doubleheader of any kind with those sports.
Yeah, and I think it also has to go back to the physicality of the sport. I mean, now don't get me wrong, these guys are working out here hard for baseball, but I mean the contact like you see in football and sometimes in basketball playing a doubleheader in those type of sports would just be unreal on some of the players.
Yeah, baseball for the most part, unless there's a random collision trying to break up a double play or maybe a play at the plate or something like that, there's not a whole ton of actual bruising contact.
Yeah.
Now these guys are sore after a game, whether it be from throwing the ball too much, running too much, swinging too much, whatever. The catcher's squatting too much. But yeah, you're right. You can usually get a little more activity out in a day. So here we go. 2 outs. Heidbreder, runner on second as he's come into the game. He's moving in from second base to try to close things out for Onsted and get him out of the inning without any more runs. That one's inside, though, to the man who's now off the hook for the game. Luke Casaban would have had the loss, but instead now it's a tie ball game. That erases all those fun stats. Casaban, on the other hand, if he can get a hit out there, he might be able to turn this into a win for Blissfield. Heidbreder fires that one in there. Casaban gets a hold of it, and there's probably going to be a play at the plate if they can ring it around. And instead, again, no opportunity at the plate. And again, looks of just disgust in the fans from Onsted. There's no play at the plate a second time. And Zacheski gets all the way around to give Blissfield a 6-5 lead.
Hey, but this is what you expected out of Blissfield and all their good hitters. I mean, I always think, though, that good pitching will outdo good hitting, which we saw with the last few innings with Aya on the mound. But, hey, it's a whole new ball game now that Blissfield's putting the bat on the ball.
2 innings in each of the last 2, or 2 runs in each of the last 2 innings. And as we're talking about that, Dallas Heidbreder got the pickoff attempt over there on Casaban, and he hosed him down, even though they don't agree with it. Casaban really doesn't agree with it. Blissfield, well, that's kind of what happens. The good news is for the Royals, it's 6-5. When we come back, you're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
The first American people loved the land. They held it in simple reverence. And in some Americans today, that spirit is reborn. This is South Coast Botanic Garden in California. Once this was a dumping ground for trash and litter. Community volunteers cleaned, planted, and reclaimed it. And there the land is good again. But all around us are reminders of how far we still have to go. So everyone must get involved now. To contact the Keep America Beautiful team nearest you, write Keep America Beautiful, 99 Park Avenue, New York, New York. People start pollution. People can stop it.
The DJ out here at Onsted is On Point Journey Separate Ways playing right now, and this game has gone separate ways after the first couple innings. And you look up on the scoreboard, 3 innings with 2 runs each for Blissfield. And okay, I'll let you have your moment. Go ahead, tell me how proud of your boys you are.
Hey, I'm really excited. They got down quick in this game, 5-2, but everybody knew that Blissfield can come out and put the bat on the ball, and that's exactly what they've done, bringing it back to 6-5 now.
Slomski, his first pitch into Tyree is a foul ball going down the third baseline. So it's 6-5, and Onsted finds themselves on the opposite end of a 1-run game. Tyree pokes that one, and it looks like it'll bloop in and drops it in for a hit over the first baseman's head, and nothing Levens or Zacheski could do. It was just in the no man's land between the 2 spots, and they'll take it here in Onsted. That'll bring Garrett Hunt to the plate, as Onsted's looking to wrap around to the top of the order after this. Hunt scored a run this game, and he'd love to help his guy score a run right now. Bunts it down the third baseline, goes foul though before Nito can do anything with it. Yeah, again, a one-run game, you kind of want to do what you can.
Yeah, that's the one thing I haven't seen that much out of Blissfield. I mean, usually when we can move base runners, we'll take the opportunity to lay down a sacrifice bunt or a squeeze. We haven't seen that much today. The coaches have been letting us just swing the bat at the ball, which has been working.
0-1 as they're trying to get a runner over at first and didn't quite get the tag on in time, which would have been turnabout being fair play there. But Tyree managed to get back on the base, and I think Zacheski just told him, watch out, we'll get you next time. Slomski checking over to first. Try it again. I think he's ready for it now, though. So 1 strike here on Garrett Hunt as Onsted's trying to get back on this game. And a defensive bunt. Nito makes the play and gets him over at first, but gets the sacrifice and moves Tyree over to second base. Hunt doing what he's supposed to do. And that'll bring Dallas Heidbreder, who started off the game at shortstop and now has stepped into pitch. Brings him to the plate. He's trying to help his own cause. Trying to tie this game up. 1 out. Heidbreder's been able to reach base a few times today. He'd love to do it one more time. Slomski pitching on the stretch there. He literally looked at second base the entire time until he was already almost following through. Interesting form from him. 1 ball, no strikes. Heidbreder got a hold of that one, and it's not going to drop. Oh, it did drop. Sospansky got on the ball but couldn't quite hang on to it.
That's Casaban.
Oh, Casaban. Sorry, that's
Casaban.
right. I forgot. He moved out to center field. I forgot to change that. Casaban, rather, couldn't quite hang on to the ball out there. Because of how close that play was, though, they managed to hold Tyree at second. So not a ton of damage there when you think about it. That just puts runners on first and second, gets the force back at second base. And you hear the yelling back.
Yeah, everybody on the team letting them know what's going on.
Slomski checking second base. Fires that one in there in the dirt. Underneath everybody's legs. Right back in our area. I had taken a cut, and that'll be 1 strike on him. I'm sure Ayatt would love to get himself out of the situation he's in right now because he's on the hook for the loss after pitching a good game up until the last couple innings. That one's outside. Ayatt will take that. Ball 1, strike 1. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Ayatt from Slomski pops that one straight up in the air, but camping underneath it, Casaban gets that one. And a quick flick over to the shortstop Jones to make sure that nothing can happen out there for Tyree trying to get from second to third.
This will be
play out there from your pitcher turned outfielder.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Luke. I mean, he can play anywhere. Like I said, he's one of the fastest kids in the school. Center field is a great spot to put him. But this will be a great inning for Alex Slomski on the mound to get out of right here with people on first and second.
And again, with the way Onsted swings the bat, all it takes is 1 swing, and all of a sudden you could be going from up 6-5 to down 7-6. Lobestall at the plate takes the first pitch for a ball. The catcher up there as the crowd has gotten a little more vocal now. As I'm guessing it's just like they think they're going to make more of a difference now that it's a close game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You can always find that whenever Onsted's playing Blissfield. You know that the parents are going to get into it with each other. It's just a huge
mostly in a
rivalry.
friendly way.
Yeah.
1-1. Slomski checking second base again. Puts that one in the dirt. Nice defensive play from Fisher to keep the ball in front of him and keep Tyree from trying to move over to third.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, why playing catcher is such an important position. I mean, if you don't have a guy that can move back there like Spencer could right there, that's a quick run over to third.
And a muff play there from Jones. He could not hang on to it. The shortstop play at the plate. He is safe at home, and the error from the shortstop has tied up the game with 2 out here in the 6th. And just like that, that's how quickly things can change. Joe Jones was trying a little bit too hard on a hard grounder to make a play, and instead it's an error. So now we got runners on first and second, and a tie ball game as Landon Duke comes to the plate to try to change things for Onsted. So Lowenthal reaches on an error.
Landon Duke.
And Heidritter's on second. Duke is not going to have to get a huge hit to bring Heidritter around. And Slomsky has got to shake that one off. Big time foul ball there from Duke. That one was in hitting car territory.
Yeah, I hope mine's not in the way out there.
Yeah, your parents probably won't ever let you do another game again.
No.
Duke standing in there. Swing and a miss. He knew he shouldn't have swung at that one. About halfway through the swing, but you can't really pull back at that point. Landon trying to shake that one off. 0-2 pitch coming from Slomsky as he tries to get out of this inning. Chopper and Heidritter playing a little bit of gamesmanship as he tried to screen the shortstop. Jones atones for the earlier mistake and gets Blissfield out of the inning with only 1 run. But we're back to being tied 6-6 as we come back. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
A little bit of Leonard Skinner as we take a view at the Blissfield dugout as the guys are all business right now. Blissfield has had the lead, given it up, gotten it back, and given it back up to being tied again. Here, Josiah.
Yeah, I mean, we still got some big Blissfield still has some big hitters coming up for them, but Onsted's been playing great now, and this last inning is going to possibly decide league.
It's a whole lot of fun when you can go 1 inning to finish things off. That's going to be in the softball field as he fouled it straight back. Fisher got a hold of it, just went the wrong direction. 0-1 pitch from Dallas Heidritter. He wants to get out of this inning and give Onsted a chance to win it in the bottom of the 7th. Time called by Fisher. He stands back in there. We got another game after this. This has been intense. Heidritter kicks and delivers in the dirt. That one got away from Lowenthal, but doesn't matter. No one's on base.
Speaking of intense games, too, depending on the turnout of this one, the next one could even be more intense.
Right. 1-1, Heidritter. Delivering in there. That's a pop fly. Not a chance, really, from Lowenthal. Telling everybody heads up out there. And that's always the fun thing to see. Is like, it's interesting, the people's reactions to heads up. Some people look up.
Yeah.
Other people just like do this, like I say this like you guys can see me, but you put your hands over your head like don't hit me, ball. But that doesn't work out as well sometimes. Not sure where the ball's going. Well, thankfully enough, Lowenthal knows where the ball is going and gets in the dirt like that. 2-2 from Heidritter. Fuller looking for something to put out in the outfield. There it is, just over top of Tyree's head, and a single to lead things off for the Royals, exactly what they wanted to see. So Fisher on first. And Levens again will be batting. So Forkey just kind of came in for the one at-bat to try to change things up a little bit.
Yeah, kind of more of a situational deal.
And again, unlike the major leagues where once you have somebody come in for you, you're out for the game.
Yeah.
High school, you get that sort of like one-off chance to bring somebody in for somebody and then have them still come out and keep playing. So fun little quirk to the rules. Levens, righty, 2 strikeouts. Or sorry, 1 strikeout. Forky had the other one. He's setting up for the bunt as Jones comes all the way in, almost on top of him there at on third baseline. Lobostal tried to get Fisher down there at first base, but nothing doing. They'll still have a runner on first with 1 strike. And Levens looks like he might be setting up to bunt again, possibly calling time there as he and Highbrider kind of stare each other down, trying to figure out what each other's going to do next.
And, this is what I was talking about earlier. I'm glad to see us now moving base runners around when we have the opportunity to.
Lovely bunt down the first baseline, exactly what Levens wanted to do. Moves the runner over to second, and Fuller almost got caught trying to take more than 1 base. Or sorry, whoever they got out there running right now.
Jordan Brinke.
Brinke's out there running right now. Came in for Fuller. A little overzealous trying to get to third there for a second, but nice sacrifice bunt down the first baseline. Levens put her right where it needed to be, because in that situation you're going to have a third baseman come in, but nobody comes down the first baseline. And once again, the respect being shown to Dakota Nito. They put him on first base, and got to be irritating for a guy that wants to get a hit.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a respect thing, but it's also
it's a respect thing. But it's like let the kid play. But hey, this is an important game. I wouldn't want one of the best batters in the league hitting on me right now either.
And again, with 1 out, you're putting Jones up there. Ball in the dirt. That one gets away from Lobostal, and that's ruins the advantage they just had of a force at second. I was about to say with 1 out you got a chance for a double play, but that got ruined there as that one got away from Lobostal. It was definitely a wild pitch. It wasn't a whole lot he could do. That one was in the dirt from Highbrider from the start. And that puts runners on second and third now with 1 out. And you're thinking if you're Jones, all you got to do now is get something out for a sacrifice maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to go with a sacrifice bunt, squeeze, or if they're just going to let Joe hit the ball.
Tell you what, the infield's playing like it's going to be a bunt, and the time called very late in there. He did get the time in. The umpire called it, so no pitch. So still only 1 ball on Jones. But the infield coming into the front of the grass, so they are playing like it's going to be something on the ground in front of them. They're trying to keep anything from getting past him. That one's outside as well. 2-0 from Highbrider. So Dallas trying to get himself on a little bit of a jam that's happened. It's a 1-hit jam that he's got himself into.
Yep.
Highbrider checks over at third. Delivers chopper right to shortstop, and they're going to go forward with it. Tag is in there easily. Couldn't quite get Nito at third. That'll put runners on the corners, but and that was just the decision that was made from the beginning that the runner was coming in from third base no matter what.
That was interesting because, there was no force at home. So
probably could have left him on second and third and let him go, but instead they just decided, you know what, any contact, any sound, you're gonna make that move and see if we can get you in. But that one did not go far enough to make a difference. So the infield will go back to normal play depth. 2 outs, tie ball game, runners on third, and the diminutive Alex Zeller at the plate. But again, don't let the size fool you. Guys hitting right around 400 in the season. So probably not the batter you want to face if you're Highbrider, if you had your choice, but that's who gets served up to you. Ball 1 to him.
Yeah, but for Blissfield, is there a whole lot of batters that you really want to go up against right now?
Also true.
Yeah.
So Nito on third. Zeller takes that one in the dirt, tells Nito to hold up. 2 balls in a row. Highbrider still smiling out there at on the mound, or gritting his teeth. I'm not sure which.
Yeah.
Wants a different ball. A couple of these have seen a little bit of scuff damage, I'm sure, with all of the activity that's been going on with the fouls today.
A lot of hitting.
Cloud cover coming back in just a little bit. There aren't a whole lot of clouds in the sky, but the one we've got is right over top of the sun, so that's going to make the wind kick up a little bit and change the dynamics a little bit for the hitter. Zeller looking for the 2-0 pitch. Swings at that one, fouls it straight back. Probably thought he had a little bit better contact, but a little bit underneath it. Makes it 2-1. A little bit of a tense moment here. Again, runners on the corners. So there's a force at second, there's a force at first. Zeller just looking to poke something out of the outfield to bring Nito home from third. Highbury checks third. And that one's going to be inside, taken off for second base there. Just going to let Jones go easily over there to second because you don't want to do anything that's going to allow a run to score. Smart move from Blissfield because it takes away the force at second. Highbury, 3-1 pitch. High, and we'll just that force right back there. So bases are loaded now for Onsted. 2 outs, and Bull is at the plate. What's Bull up to? What's going through his head?
You know, Cedric's been doing pretty well so far this year, batting-wise, but I mean, not trying to pick on him or anything, but a little shorter in stature. The strike zone's going to be a little bit tighter, so I'm saying lay off of them unless they're right there for you.
And, of course, you got a little powwow going for both teams right now. This is kind of a big moment. It's the top of the 7th. It's a tie ball game. Onsted knows if they get this out, they got the chance to win the game in the bottom. Blissfield knows they can get a run across and put the pressure on the Wildcats to have to score a run to extend their chance at winning the league. So a whole lot of different things going on between these two head coaches. And, again, like we talked about, 2 head coaches separated by a generation.
Yeah.
You add up all the ages of the guys from Blissfield's huddle right now, and it probably adds up to just about where Coach Tuttle's at. But, again, he's got the wise old grandpa thing going on right now. So the conferences are done. Both sides know what they want to do right now. Unfortunately, they haven't shared it with us, so we're just going to be guessing here. And Cedric Gonzalez, the DH for Blissfield. And this is what he's here to do, is to hit the ball.
Yeah. So, I mean, if he's your DH, you know that he's probably batting really well.
And they put that shift on again for him, though. There's nothing between first and second base. But they've got Jones in at third, and they put shortstop behind him, shading him, and second base is right over top of second base. Gonzalez takes strike 2. He disagrees with that one. First pitch was a decent strike. That one was questionable. But now it's the 0-2 pitch, 2 outs, runners on first and third. Highbury trying to get out of the inning, setting up outside. Swing and a miss. Bull got fooled on the outside pitch. Onsted gets out of the inning. We'll be back with the bottom of the 7th. Wildcats a chance to extend the LCAA season. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
Quiet, please. Wait a sec. I'll take one. Oh, yeah. All right. All good. Take care. Way to go. Nice. Bring it on. Gotcha. I'm here for you. Oh, no. Please, please, please. I'm waiting. Interesting. Not buying it. Not fair. That's it. This conversation is over. Oh, brother.
Body language can tell you all sorts of things.
I'm having a stroke. I'm having a stroke.
Know the sudden signs. Learn fast. F. Face drooping. A. Arm weakness. S. Speech difficulty. T. Time to call 911 immediately. The sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment, and that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Learn the body language, the sudden signs, and spot a stroke fast.
It is as we've always wanted it to be. The music that just faded out was the final countdown. It is the final opportunity, unless nothing happens, because that's baseball for you. Here in the bottom of the 7th, to reset things for you, it's tied at 6-6. Onsted with an opportunity to take this game. Part of the reason why it's 6-6 is because of the great pitching from Alex Slomsky. He has managed to only give up 1 run in about 4 1/3, and that one's hit foul ball down the third baseline as Isaac Henry trying to start things off for the Wildcats. He had a triple his first time up. Since then, not a whole lot from him. Part of that's because of Slomsky. But right now, again, Onsted, as we talked about, Josiah, if they can get a run here, we got ourselves not only a win for the Wildcats, but a tie atop the LCAA standings with another game coming after this.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it all comes down to. I mean, the best Blissfield can do right now is send it into extra innings and hope that their bats coming up the next inning can score in some runs.
3-1, Slomski. Trying to put him down. Henry takes that pitch. Full count. Tons of encouragement coming from the Onsted faithful. They'd love to see a hit right now from Henry. Henry hits it, bloop, but the bloop goes right towards Levens in right. He makes the catch. Not too much trouble. He started circling a little bit. I have to imagine up that high, the wind might have played a little bit of a difference in that one.
Yeah, I mean, you're feeling it down here. I mean, I can't imagine what it is up there right now.
He started drifting more towards center and then came back a little bit, so might have had something to do with it. Jake Jones at the plate, the third baseman. He's at a single and a double his last 2 times up, so he's got to be thinking maybe a triple here. Who knows, right? Slomski kicks and delivers. And Jones swinging at the first pitch. That's a little flare, but right to Casaban, and he showed some of that speed out there. He didn't even look like he was trying to get over there.
Nah, Casaban's a crazy athlete. I mean, that guy has wheels like I've never seen before. So
a little faster than you?
Yeah, a little faster.
If we give you a head start halfway down the baseline, could you beat him to first?
I think so, but then the next step to second, I think he might catch me by then.
No, we won't put you up to it. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You don't really have the shoes for it either today.
Nah.
They look, you look like you got comfy shoes on, but they don't look like the shoes you're going to be able to dig in with.
No.
Quickly, 2 outs for Onsted, and the fans aren't quite as noisy as they were at the start of this inning. Wagner swings at the first pitch. Nito not able to get the ball, and neither is Jones, and just a hard ball for both of them to handle. And that'll be a trip to first base for Wagner. I'm going to call that one a single. I don't think that was an error. I think it was just a tough ball to handle in a spot where one guy's diving and the other one's trying to pick up the trash. So, Josh Tyree. Looks like they might be making a change. Not quite sure what's going on right now. They're going to put the pinch runner out. Jones will be coming out to first base for Wagner.
Courtesy runner at first, number 33, Richard Davis.
And now Tyree will be coming up to bat. Coach Randall having a little word with him, saying, hey, sort that out. And it looks like Tuttle's sitting back here being like, okay, what are you guys doing? What's going on?
Yeah, Tuttle likes to know what's going on in the game. There's nothing you can probably get past him. He's been coaching for so many years. He knows all the tricks, all the rules.
Oh, I'm sure he's seen everything.
Yeah.
And for him, I'm sure he's sitting here thinking, okay, what's the matchup now? Is this a kid we're going to have to worry about one way or the other, what we're doing? But Jones is the designated runner pretty much for Onsted. He comes in anytime they need to have just a pinch runner in that situation. Slomski, first pitch to Tuttle. He hits that one straight over top of the infield, and that's going to be a little blooped hit. Runners on first and second. Just like the way this game started off for both teams, they aren't hard hits, but it's just enough to get the guys safely aboard. So 2 outs, runners on first and second, and Garrett Hunt sacrificed last time up. He scored a run, he's gotten to first, and right now he's looking to make contact, get a hit. I would say something out of the outfield, but apparently this inning you don't even have to worry about that. Swinging the first pitch over to second base, and he boots the ball. Not able to make the play, safe at first, bases loaded after Spires could not make the play at second, and all of a sudden the complexion of this inning has changed in the last 3 batters. So 3 straight hits where the ball bounced before it even got out of the infield. And you gotta, if you're Blissfield, how do you mentally get yourself back on track after 3 plays that could go either way, don't go your way?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I'm not in their situation right now, but they need to pick it up a little bit, you know, if they're hoping to get out of this.
And Dallas Heidbreder, who's pitched the last couple innings in relief, here with an opportunity to maybe make a difference, and swings at the first pitch again. And Onsted, you know, maybe you take those first pitches earlier in the game, but they have been swinging at everything that's come across right now. Maybe Slomski can take advantage of that and get a guy to chase something.
Yeah, I mean, but it's been working out for them. You know, they've had
Yes,
a couple bloopers right now that have gotten them on base.
1 strike, 2 outs. That one's a little bit high. Ball 1, strike 1, and the crowd has livened back up here for the Onsted faithful. Heidbreder standing in there. Bases loaded, and Davis kind of messing with him out there on the side, trying to get Slomski off his game, but he puts a strike across. So ball 1, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. I don't have to tell you how important this next pitch is. Slomski kicks and delivers in the dirt. Ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And now it gets a little bit more interesting. Slomski still has one more pitch to burn before we got a full count, and you really don't want to walk in a run in this game. There's the pitch. Heidbreder fouls that one off and trying to get to it, but Zacheski would have had to go through a chain link fence to catch that ball. And I know he's a good athlete, but I don't think they want to do that to the shoulder.
No, definitely not.
I know you're not a pitcher, but what do you throw here?
You know,
2-2 pitch, 2 outs.
I'm saying this is a hard one. I'm saying let your defense try to make a play. I'm saying don't get into a 3-2 situation and possibly walk in the run. I'm saying let your defense do its job and make the out.
Slomski throws that one high. He wanted to throw heat. He did, but it was high heat. A little bit out there. So now, well, hey, what are you going to do? 3-2, 2 outs. Let's see what happens here. A walk ends the game. A strikeout extends it. Heidbreder pops that one out. And nothing that Casaubon can do. That one goes over his head as Heidbreder bounces the ball out there. And Onsted will win in walk-off fashion as Heidbreder pops one over top of the center fielder's head. That'll make the final score 7-6. We've got a tie atop the LCAA standings. And we'll be back to tell you what all of that means in just a little bit. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
I'm Woodsy Owl, and I'm here to tell you about a dirty word, pollution.
Help Woodsy spread the word. Never be a dirty bird.
Hoo-hoo. Don't paint or write on buildings. That's pollution.
Give a hoot. Don't pollute. Never be a dirty bird.
Hoo-hoo. Turn your radio down. That's noise pollution.
In the city or in the woods, help keep America looking good.
A boy born in Joplin, Missouri was fascinated by anything with wheels and a motor. The odds of him winning both the Daytona 500 and the Brickyard 400 in the same year, 1 in 195 million. The odds of a child being diagnosed with autism, 1 in 68. I'm Jamie McMurray, and my niece has autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs.
Welcome back. We are here with the victorious head coach of the Onsted Wildcats. And that might have taken a couple years off your life there, Coach Randall. What's going through your head after that game?
Man, it was just a great played game by both teams. Our guys battled. We hit the ball well all game. We didn't have too many mistakes, and when you don't make mistakes, you don't give a good team, more outs. Basically, you can win, and that's what happened there.
Coach, what was your final decision on bringing Heidbreder in right there at the end of pitch and not let you be doing what he was doing?
He was done. He was at 107. I don't risk my players' arms. So he was done at 107 regardless. And Dallas just came in, and he's a gamer, and I wouldn't expect anything different from him. So.
And with your kids, the way that they've been playing all season, obviously they've seen some different situations. But what does a game like this that they've got to be resilient and come back from mean for them going through here for the rest of the season?
Oh, they want it. They want it. That showed it that game. They want it. They want that title, and we're gonna go get it. So
what's the plan in game 2?
We're going back to Dallas. He wants the ball, and he's one of our leaders. So that's where we're gonna go with game 2, and we'll play it from there.
All right, thanks a lot,
Hey,
Coach.
thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
it.
Thanks, Coach.
Hey, best of luck to them coming up with the second game, and that is our next game. And a couple quick thoughts from you, Josiah. What'd you think of this game and how it wrapped up for Onsted?
I knew this game could have gone either way. I was really hoping for a different outcome, maybe a little bit, being a Blissfield student. But hey, Onsted deserved that win. They played well. Blissfield made a few mistakes early in the game, got them into a slump, and Onsted deserved this win.
It's exactly the kind of game we were hoping to have coming out here today. 7-6 to final in 7 innings. Onsted managed to come back after they were ahead, then behind, then ahead, then behind, and that's exactly the sort of baseball we expect. In our bonus baseball, we've got game 2 coming up here in just a little bit. You're watching LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
You know what, guys?
There's a lot of tree branches and dry brush over here. We should probably move the bonfire over there.
I'm guessing Smokey liked that idea.
If you want to be a parent, it doesn't matter how you play, what you wear, how you dance, or even what direction life takes you. You just need to be there. You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care don't need perfection. They just need you.
I'm Woodsy Owl, and I'm here to tell you about a dirty word, pollution.
Help Woodsy spread the word. Never be a dirty bird.
Hoo-hoo. Don't paint or write on buildings. That's pollution.
Give a hoot. Don't pollute. Never be a dirty bird.
Hoo-hoo. Turn your radio down. That's noise pollution.
In the city or in the woods, help keep America looking good.
A boy born in Joplin, Missouri was fascinated by anything with wheels and a motor. The odds of him winning both the Daytona 500 and the Brickyard 400 in the same year, 1 in 195 million. The odds of a child being diagnosed with autism, 1 in 68. I'm Jamie McMurray, and my niece has autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs.
Well, welcome back to Not Adjust Your Television Sets. Yeah, we decided we liked this so much the first time around, we're going to do it again. And Dan Ebsen back alongside Josiah Rupp. And Josiah, we have got game 2 of this doubleheader because why not?
Yeah, I mean, Onsted came out, won that first one, so now Blissfield will be competing with them, tied now for league champs. Actually, if Blissfield pulls away with this, it will be their 37th league champ since Tuttle has started coaching.
You wanted to make sure you had that number in there, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Well, Dallas Heidbreder will lead off for the Wildcats. He's the guy who got the walk-off last game, so we'll give him a chance to give himself a little bit of help to begin with. He's going to be pitching this game for the Wildcats. On the hill for Blissfield was third baseman, and I think the right word for this young gentleman, Dakota Nito, is hurler from the way his throwing motion goes.
Yeah, I mean, Dakota's got a lot of power in him. As you can see over there playing at third base, he was doing a really nice job. And I do not know what's happening now.
Having him walk off to the side there, I'm not sure if they got to make a change or if there's an equipment issue or if it looks like a
bracelet.
Piece of something. Bracelet, yeah, whatever, something came off of his hand there. So the umpire said, hey, you got to lose that. Don't think it was anything illicit. Just something that he probably wasn't allowed to have by regulation or something.
Yeah.
Hopefully. So we're starting off game 2. Of course, the last one 7-6 in walk-off fashion from Dallas Heidbreder. 1-1 the count from Nito, and that one's coming up over top and might land just off the side of the press box. 1-2 now the count on Heidbreder. And Dallas, you know, what we heard from Coach Randall, he wants the ball, so he's made the call for himself to put this thing away for Onsted. Nito fires that one in there. Heidbreder fouls it off. And a different throwing style. It seems like a different motion, everything here when Dakota's on the hill versus the other two pitchers we saw last game in Slomsky and Casabon.
Yeah, Dakota's a big power kid. He's pitched 30 innings so far. He's allowed 45 hits and 30 runs.
Doesn't look like that's going to be one of them. Jones with the play. High throw way over top of Zacheski's head, and that'll be a leadoff error for Heidbreder's. I don't think you can call that one a hit.
Number 13, Patrick Aya.
So leadoff error there as Jones made the play somewhat cleanly, but just tried a little too hard to get that throw over in time because he knows the speed that Heidbreder has.
Yeah, and it seems like Joe's a little rough out there right now. I mean, he had a couple bobbles in the last game.
Probably just trying a little too hard to make a play.
Yep.
Nito with that compact delivery is Patrick Ayatt up. He started off last game pitching. Potentially he could come if he needs to, but 107 pitches in that first game. I don't think you're going to see any of him on the hill for the rest of the day, but still a capable fielder. He'll be flip-flopping with Heidbritter at shortstop. Dallas taking a lead off first. Nito in the dirt. 2-2 now the count to Ayatt. Ayatt slightly open stance. The shadows creeping across the plate now. Another ball in the dirt. Nito strikes me as a whole lot of power, maybe not quite as much control.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big go-to pitcher for us. So I mean, obviously he's got to have some. But yeah, we're looking at him. Blissfield's looking at him to rocket him in there, change up something for us.
That one's just a bit low. 3 balls and a strike. And Ayatt's going to stand there and make Nito pitch to him. So from pitcher to pitcher, they know how this game's played. No outs. We start off the top of the first in this LCAA deciding game. I got a hold of that one. Casaubon, though, right there. Tracked that one easily. And that'll be the first out of the game. The catcher, Scott Lobestall, up to the plate now. Heidbritter on first. 1 out in the top of the first. And Heidbritter dancing out there past first base. And that one's in there for a strike. Nito. It's fun to see how every pitcher has a little bit different stance, too, with the way that they open up their delivery. That's a chopper down the third baseline. It is fair. The play coming over. They'll get him at first. Heidbritter tries to get into third. He does get into third safely, and that's the speed on display. It was a nice play from Fisher, but it wasn't enough to make a difference. Did get the runner over at first, though.
Batting fourth, the right fielder, number 7, Landon Duke.
And Heidbritter doing what he needs to do to get over to third base. 2 outs for Onsted. We noticed Blissfield made a few defensive movements. Of course, the catcher last game, Spencer Fisher, over there at third now because Nito's pitching. That's given us a different catcher in the game, eh?
Yeah, that's given us last game's designated hitter, Sutter Gonzalez.
So he'll be catching. Seems like that's all the shifts we've had. You know the numbers better than I do out there, but it looks like those are the only shifts that we've had on both teams is pitcher, catcher, kind of flipping around a little bit.
And second base is now Luke Rogers and not Kyle Spires.
Well, Rogers has a chance to make a play on that ball. He gets it, and they get out of the jam. And there you go. We are through 1/2 of 1 inning, and it's already exciting. 0-0. Blissfield will have a chance when they come back. You are watching Varsity High School Baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
As the voice of Michigan's student athletes, the Student Advisory Council's role
is to convey the message of how high school sports are supposed to be played. We are responsible for helping the MHSAA maintain a positive and healthy atmosphere
in which interscholastic athletes can thrive.
We believe athletes should be competitive,
sportsmanlike, and excel academically.
We believe students in the stands should have fun,
but not take the focus away from the game.
We believe coaches should act as teachers, helping student athletes develop
while still keeping high school sports in perspective.
We believe that parents should always be positive role models
and be supportive of their child's decisions.
We believe officials commit their own time to high school sports,
and respect should always be shown and given to them.
The most important goal for student athletes is to enjoy high school sports
while keeping a high level of respect between all those involved in the games.
Dallas Heidbritter ready to light him up after the Onsted pitcher came on in relief in the last game. I think he gave up 1 run, but did a good job otherwise. And then said, I want the ball to start off the second game. And he is probably the dirtiest looking pitcher that you're going to see for a while. But of course, that's being the runner that he is and being a shortstop as well. So what are we expecting from Heidbritter this time around?
I think he's going to keep doing what he did the last game. You know, he gave up like 1 run, maybe 2 in the last game. But he finished well for Onsted after I got down a little bit.
Looks like he's a combination, not a finesse guy, not a power guy, just sort of in between the two. He's got a strange hunch to his shoulders when he throws, but I guess that's a throwing motion that works for him, hey?
Yeah, I mean, every pitcher has their own different style, I guess, just like every guy who comes up to the free throw line has their own routine they do every time.
My routine usually results in an air ball. Little whip from Lobostal out there to second. We haven't seen a ton of stolen bases today. Both teams have been willing to move runners, just hasn't been that many straight steal opportunities.
First for
Starting things off for Blissfield, most of the lineups will be the same when it comes to who's hitting where. Zacheski had a pretty good game last time around, the first baseman. Everything resets now, though. Hybert's first pitch outside, ball one. Wind is still going today. It's not quite as heavy as it was at points, but the flag's still almost standing up straight as it heads out to right field. That ball is heading out to foul territory. And no broken glass. Your parents' car is still safe.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Hyde-Better with a 1-1 count, no outs as we start off the bottom of the first. That's a strike outside corner. Looks like our umpires have flipped places as well because I see a man that isn't quite as ripped behind plate right now.
Yeah, I see that too now.
Hyde-Better shaking off a couple signals. He knows what pitch he wants to throw, and as a result, it seems like Zacheski's like, you know what, maybe I don't want you to throw that pitch.
Yeah.
So 1-2. Zacheski stands back in. The plate covered half in shadow right now, which makes things interesting on the players. And Zacheski gets the better of those two as he rounds first looking for two, but he'll hold up there with a single to start things off for the Royals.
Batting second.
That'll bring up Luke Casaban, who started off pitching last game, had a real rough start to things. Gave up 5 runs in 1 2/3 innings, but Blissfield came back to make a ball game out of it, and Casaban could do nothing but watch as Hyde-Better looped one over his head to finish off the last game, so I'm sure he'd love some a little bit of retaliation right here. Pops that one up, though, and that's does not have the distance. But it's in a weird spot, so it's going to fall foul. Wagner and Tyree both could not get to it. It's just an awkward kind of bloop out there.
Yeah, I know, and that's a weird one. I feel like the first baseman had a weird angle on that one. So
yeah, the over-the-shoulder stuff isn't easy, whether it's in football or basketball or baseball or anywhere. Anytime you're trying to guess at where the ball is coming down at it, makes things interesting. Throw over to first is Onsted taught to do that quick tag. Like, it's not catch the ball and then see where the runner is. It's almost like a catch and swipe,
yeah.
and if you swing in air, you swing in air, but you might also hit the guy. They go back over to first again.
And after playing the position for so long, you kind of, it's like a second nature to you, I'd say, as a varsity first baseman. You should just kind of have that feel of where that player should be at.
And over to swing. So Zacheski's being tested out there, and a bunt way over top of everything. That'll be strike 2 on Casaban. And, of course, because of the rules, 2 strikes. If you bunt and it's foul, you're out. So you'll be seeing him swing away here. We're already running out of baseballs in the first inning again. Somebody's got to, give a little gift to the umpires. Buy them a few more baseballs. 0-2, runner on first. Hyde-Better checks him. Time called. And Casaban steps back to fix his gloves. I don't know, is that a big thing? Is it more fixing the gloves, or is it more mentally getting yourself ready for the next pitch?
It's just I think that's just his thing, Like everybody has, maybe kicking the dirt off your shoes or whatever it is.
Got just enough of it to be a foul tip. Casaban fighting that one off to stay alive for another play. Still nothing in 2 to him. Blissfield wants to start this game off right like they did last time and get a couple of runs on the board. Of course, they are the home team this time around because of the way that they're doing things. Nice to see Onsted evening things out. Taken off to second. Zacheski gets there, and the ball gets away from Tyree, and he's going to get over to third on the steal. So just as we're talking about no one's doing straight steals, there's a good opportunity for, and I didn't know Zacheski had that kind of speed.
Yeah, I mean, Z will surprise you. Actually, in football, he played defensive back.
Okay.
Being that big, but still, he can move.
Hey, and if he can move at that size, I'm sure the coaches loved him.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. The foul tip into the glove, it looks like. As Casaubon goes down with a strikeout for Heidbreder, but still got a runner over on third base to worry about. So Casaubon will start things off with a strikeout again, just like he did last game. And that'll bring up
Spencer Fisher.
I couldn't see his name on his back. I didn't want to screw it up with the way that we changed the lineup. We're still trying to figure out who's where.
Yep.
Blissfield, we had a little confusion there. They said they gave us the lineup. We can't find it, but we'll put it together as it goes here. Don't worry. Fisher did hit third last game. He's hitting third again this game. Shifted from catcher over to third base now. That doesn't change his approach to the plate, I imagine. Just means he doesn't have to crouch so much this game.
Yep.
That'll be 2-0 to Fisher. Zacheski drifting in from third. He just kind of takes those couple steps. Only one out, so he can't come in too hard. 2-0. In the dirt, and Zacheski is going to come in, and that ball bounced around enough to where nothing Lobostal could do there. He just couldn't stay in front of it. So Heidbreder, another wild pitch like he had towards the end of last game. And that'll bring around the first run of the game for Blissfield. Exactly what your boys were looking for there, Josiah.
Yeah, I bet they were. I mean, they right there at the end of the game, Blissfield was starting to hit the ball well, come out now leading 0-1 at the bottom of the first with only one out, 3 balls, and now ball number 4.
Heidbreder said he wants the ball, but he's been a little bit wild so far to start off this game. He just needs to settle down a little bit. And pitcher facing pitcher as Dakota Nito comes up to the plate. He's in the 4 spot this game. It was Chase Levin's last game, so they're flip-flopping those two. And with the way Dakota's playing right now, I mean, cleanup's a good spot for him, eh?
Yeah, I mean, especially being intentionally walked the last 2 at-bats, you can tell how much of a threat the other teams feel when he's up to the plate.
Exactly. Nito took the first pitch for a strike. Just a whole lot of power in that man. Heidbreder gets the signal he likes, checks the runner at first. Delivers, and Nito liked it too, but couldn't make contact. He really wanted that one. Nothing into Nito. He strikes me as a guy who doesn't get too worried when he's down on the count, though.
No, Dakota has a good enough bat. He'll be anywhere in the pitch count.
Sees that one for a ball outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes from Heidbreder.
You know, they talk about like having to protect the plate on 0-2 counts, but pitchers nowadays, they're pitching so many wild things on 0-2 counts that it's almost more than likely an automatic ball.
Seeing that curve, trying to get a guy to chase a slider or something like that.
Really got to reach for it. But that's where if you have a good disciplined batter like Nito, you don't have to worry about it as a coach, him lunging for those.
He's almost expecting it to be outside. He'd probably be surprised if it was anything else.
Yeah.
1-2 pitch from Heidbreder. That one's inside, ball 2. Couldn't quite get it to come over the plate. And Heidbreder, just a violent throwing motion. Just it seems like he's got a whole lot of herky-jerk going on in there, but it works for him. 2-2. Nito staring him down. Heidbreder puts that one just outside, and Lobostal was hoping each of those last 2 could be called a strike, but off the plate in both cases. And, you know, hey, all of a sudden a 0-2 count becomes a 3-2 count.
Yep. That's with Dakota being a good disciplined batter up there.
He's making
able to lay off the stuff.
Yep. Oh, but Heidbreder earned that one and almost caught him napping over there at first as Fisher had to jump back in there. So that'll be 2 outs. And Chase Levens comes to the plate. He's had strikeout in the last game along with a sacrifice. It's sort of a average day at the plate for him so far, but I imagine he could go off at any point.
Oh, yeah. Chase Levens is a really good ball player. also being brought up when he was younger in Little League and stuff like that. And, I mean, he right now actually pitching-wise, not so much batting-wise, he has 5 wins and no losses pitching. He's been putting the bat on the ball really well lately, so any moment he can flip the switch.
Interesting choice for Blissfield, not throwing him in either of these games, probably saving him for something else, but that's okay. Obviously, they got confidence in their pitching lineup. Levens had confidence in that swing, but once again, finding error. A lot of heavy cuts from these Blissfield players in this first inning, but not a whole lot of contact just yet. 0-2 pitch coming from Heidbritter. 2 outs. Fisher's over on first, looking for something to run on. Levens looks in, takes that one inside. First ball of the at-bat, 1-2 now. Heidbritter, kind of that hunched over, leaned in sort of look, like, again, like we said, everybody's got their own style. The 1-2, looked like that was a curveball or something off speed and fouled backwards. Leaves the count at 1-2. Most frustrating thing for a pitcher, I think, is a foul ball on 2 strikes.
Yeah, it just gives that batter that one extra life.
Mm-hmm. It makes you think as a pitcher, what am I throwing next? Do I need to go with something different, or can I come back to that pitch again? Looks like setting up outside on this one. That was high as well, though. That'll make it 2-2 now. Little chess match every pitch. What am I going to throw? What does he think I'm going to throw? What does he think I think I'm going to throw?
Yeah.
What does I think he thinks it's somebody else's? It's just the layers upon layers. Heidbritter delivers low. And Dallas gets over top of those pitches sometimes, and they sink a little bit too much.
Yeah, that might have to do with him being so crunched up when he comes out of the stretch or the windup.
Full count, 3-2, 2 outs. We're only in the first inning, everybody. This has been an enjoyable start to this game as well. 1 run on the board already for Blissfield. And the fastest run to second base you're going to see in a while there is Spencer Fisher was running on anything, obviously. And it just kept jogging down to second. So Levens wins that battle and gets himself a walk. Runners on first and second. Joe Jones up to bat. A little crack to second base and a misplayed ball there from Tyree. And that's going to bring a run around and bring a runner to third base. Fisher comes home. And all of a sudden, it's been a good half inning for Blissfield. 2-0.
Seems like we just lost the scoreboard.
It's okay, 2-0. I got that far.
Yeah.
I can't help you anywhere else.
Yeah,
but
no.
2-0, and they're going to talk to Heidbritter a little bit and probably have a little chit-chat on the hill. I mean, that one wasn't his fault. That was just a passed ball there as Tyree had it and lost it. And as we saw happen to Blissfield in the first game, mistakes bit Onsted there.
Yeah, which is nice when having these, like, double headers. You know, one game might not totally determine the outcome of the situation.
Well, you and I are both Tigers fans. And anybody who does watch Major League Baseball, there's a reason why they play 162.
Yeah.
I mean, one of it's obviously the teams want to make some money.
Yeah.
But the other part is, hey, you have that many games because, you know, you're going to win. I think what it is, you're going to win 50, you're going to lose 50. It's that or 62 that makes the difference in your season pretty much. Except for that one year the Tigers only won 43. We don't really talk about that too much anymore. That was a while ago.
Let's talk about how
I think you were about 5.
Yeah.
No, you, maybe?
Maybe.
When were you born?
97.
Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, so you were 6, I think, at the time. So there you go. You probably don't remember that one too much. Another player who probably doesn't remember too much of that is Alex Zeller, who's at the plate right now. Runners on first and third. 2-0. 2 outs. Dallas Heidbritter trying to reset and get out of this inning. Zeller would love nothing more than to poke a hit out there and get at least one more run around. Levens is leading off third pretty heavily. Heidbritter deals high, and they're going to let a run down from second. And we got a weird little pickle type thing going on here. And they managed to get Jones as Jones was trying to take second. Onsted not allowing it. They'll get 2. Not sure if they got the third across or not. We'll have to check on that. But it's either 2-0 or 3-0. We'll have that for you when we come back. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
The broadcast of today's game is a copyrighted presentation of the Michigan High School Athletic Association and LSPN. No reproduction, retransmission, or other distribution of descriptions or accounts of this game may take place without the express written consent of the MHSAA and LSPN.
Welcome back to Onsted. It's not quite the jungle, but Guns N' Roses playing out here. And thanks to JoJo standing next to me, you saw the runner get across there. So explain to everybody at home what happened at the end of the first inning there and why it's 3-0 instead of 2-0.
Well, when Joe Jones, who was on first, made that steal attempt to second, that allowed Spencer Fisher time enough to get home. And before they got the third out, Spencer Fisher was able to cross home plate, so they gave him the run.
And again, because there's no force there, the run happened before the out did. So unlike a normal situation where guys run into first and they get the out after the guys cross the plate, there's the force. It's a different situation. So 3-0. Blissfield getting one more than they did last time. And they'll gladly take that. So a little bit of intelligent base running there. And I got to imagine that's something Coach Tuttle has explained to these guys, those little things.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the basic things they go over. I mean, these guys are out there at the beginning of the year with 6-hour practices sometimes. 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the gym.
Sure. Isaac Henry leading off the second for Onsted. 1 ball, 1 strike for him. Nito lets him get one down to third base, and bobbled ball and another mistaken throw. But they don't try to take second on that one, so Henry will stay at first as Fisher couldn't quite handle the ball from glove to hand and tried to force the throw over to first.
Looks like our catcher, Blissfield's catcher, Cedric Gonzalez, limping back after.
Tell you what, Cedric was gunning it, trying to get down to first to cover the bag because he saw what could have happened there, and I don't know if he pulled if the bull pulled a hammy there or what. Maybe we're not going to put him down though. Don't worry.
No.
He'll get back there and he'll shake it off, but a little uncomfortable at the moment for him. Mm-hmm. Of course, he didn't have to run all last game too much, so those
might be a little
quick
tight.
movements
Loosen them up a little bit.
Exactly. Well, that'll bring up Jake Jones. Got a Joe Jones and a Jake Jones. Trying to make sure I get the right one in the right spot. Third baseman for the Wildcats. Fouls off the first pitch. That'll make it a 0-1 count. Onsted trying to answer Blissfield's start to this game. Jones has had a good game last game. It was 2 for 4. Single and a double for him. 1-1 after that pitch. Nito, like kind of more of the upright lean than Heidberger's bent over. Nito doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who really wants to bend over too far.
No,
have to.
And he's also got a quick step and then pitch right into the pitch. He's not winding up too much or kicking or anything.
And again, everybody's got their own style, and he puts a lot of force behind that shoulder and wrist action. Chopper to third base, and again a booted ball, and once again Fisher there, but can't quite make the play. It's got to frustrate him a little bit there at third. So first and second to no fault of the pitcher. And not much of a fault really to Fisher. I mean, the first one was a bobble. The second one was a hot shot. That's why they call third base the hot corner. That's why no one wants to play it.
No.
It takes a special person to want to play
some good players.
Chase Wagner.
You ever play third base?
I did for a little bit back when I played. I never really liked it too because of that hot corner, but I mean, getting any playing time was good.
That's a pop-up on the bunt attempt, and they're not going to get him at second. But the bunt.
That's a risky throw because that's over his head. Yeah, that base runner's on third.
Well, Casaubon was backing him up there, but a nice play to elevate and get the wild throw from Nito there by Jones. So the practical upshot of all that little bit of craziness is that Wagner's out, Tyree's up, and there's one out. That's in there for a strike. Okay, I'm starting to wonder about our baseballs. Your boys can't seem to hang on.
Yeah, I know.
Right
they
there.
Can't seem to get them out of their glove at all without it falling to the ground or slipping or doing something.
Cedric just had that one pop up on him.
Yep.
Runners on first and second. Nito puts that one in a little low. And a little low on a guy without much strike zone is not usually going to work out too well for you. Tyree, lean back. He's got that kind of weight on the back leg in his stance. Big cut. Nothing showing for it, though. 1-2 the count. Nito's got a lot of options here. Jones on first. Struck him out. Nito just blew that one right past him, and not much that Tyree could do but stand there and wait for it.
Garrett Hunt.
First strikeout of the game for Dakota Nito. Garrett Hunt, center fielder, up to bat. That one's in the dirt for ball one. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Runners on first and second. Onsted trying to answer a 3-run bottom of the first for Blissfield. Nito leaves that one up in the zone, and Wagner able to get a piece of it. And a diving miss by Casaubon. That's going to bring 1 run around, and that might bring a second as Jones is going to try to get home. There's going to be a play at the plate. They got him. He's out. The throw was in there. Wasn't sure if Jones might get underneath it, but he does not, and that's going to make it 3-1. Only 1 run for Onsted as they tried to grab an extra one, got a little greedy. Blissfield to come back and have a chance to add to their lead. When we come back, you're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
Huntington. Every proper bear knows that the right fit means everything. Especially when it comes to car seats.
Oh, really? I just did what any bear would do.
So know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size.
I like it.
To learn more, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Oh, hello there. Oh,
where's that bear?
If you don't fix them, sparks from dragging tow chains could cause a wildfire, and that could be scary. Only you can prevent wildfire.
Welcome back to Onsted High School. The sun setting in the in the west, obviously, and so it's creating some fun shadows for us. And we're going to blame that for why Dallas Hydber's having a little bit of a struggle on the mound right now. He's throwing a lot of stuff in the dirt, and Onsted's coaching staff out to have a little chit-chat with the umpires saying, are you sure he didn't get underneath that tag there? Explain to everybody what happened at the end of the – you're filling everybody in at the end of the innings right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice rip to outfield, but Chase Levens was able to cut it off to Luke Rogers, who beamed it into Cedric Gonzalez home plate and get the tag on the 3rd out, which would have possibly brought the game even closer. Now saved it from being 2-3. Now it's only 1-3. But again, that's why his nickname is Bull. I mean, he'll stand in there and take those hits as he has to, hang on to the ball.
And if you'll notice, Jones decided, you know what, I don't want to. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with the bull and get the horns on that one. He tried to slide underneath it, and we're not sure. Maybe he got underneath that tag, but we don't do instant replay here. So we're going to call that an out, and Onsted will only get 1 run out of that inning as Blissfield manages to get out of the jam. And here we are back to where we were with Alex Zeller at the plate, like he was at the end of the last inning. Of course, last inning ended for Blissfield with that attempted steal / guy coming home / get the guy out after he got home. And here we are, 3-1, and Zeller gets a fresh start at the plate. Turns away from that pitch, but it's a strike. I think he thought that one was coming a little further inside than it was. 1-1 to Zeller. Hydberg looking better at this at-bat than he was in his warm-up pitches. There's the dirt ball. He's just been a little bit over top of these pitches. I don't know if he needs to start thinking of aiming a little higher or what. But You can tell he's taking his time trying to get himself relaxed mentally right now because he knows things aren't going quite the way he wants them to. 2-1. High ball. That one's going down the third baseline. Great play made out there by Jarrett Werich, who pretty much just plays out in the field. And you can do that in this level where you can have a guy just kind of DH and a guy kind of de-fielding, more or less. And so he settles out there in left field, and that's his responsibility. And you can see why. He did a great job of tracking that ball, and almost would have been a great hit that probably would have put him over to at least second. Instead, it'll be that bull we were just talking about, Cedric Gonzalez, at the plate with 1 out. Very high. Ball 1. Gonzalez stretching out his leg there. I'm not sure if that's anything to do with him hoofing it down to first base earlier today. And that one's low, so one thing you can tell Heidbreder is at least he's not being consistent. He's keeping guys guessing. The first was a high ball, the next one, second one's a low ball. 2-0 then the count. In there low again, and this umpire's not going to be a fan favorite here of the Onsted Wildcats. Of course, as low as Bull there gets in his stance. And that might be a strike on some guys, but not on Gonzalez, who's still kind of limping down to first base.
They're getting a pinch runner for him for catching. Jordan Brinke now in.
Yeah, Brinke, he's kind of your go-to pinch runner.
Yeah, Brinke, Griffith, and Spansky. Those are our big 3 runners.
Well, again, you guys have got as much as you've got a young team, there's a whole lot of young guys that you guys can call on if you need to, which is good to see, obviously.
Yeah.
The only challenge I imagine for the coaching staff is how do you get everybody some playing time?
Yeah, I mean, that's one way you do it, but, I mean, really with Coach Tuttle, I mean, he's out there to win, so.
Sure. Well, that's one of the things you were talking about a couple days ago with us, as we see a new batter in for the Blissfield boys.
Luke Rogers for Kyle Spires from last game, I'm pretty sure.
Rogers playing second base and had that awesome
the gun from cutting off from the outfield.
And he doesn't look like he's got a gun, I'll be honest with you. He's a spindly guy up there, but he can obviously wing a ball in there, no problem. Swing and a miss on that one, though. 0-2 the count. And as we're looking at that list, I mean, you got 24 some odd guys who play or who are available to play for Blissfield. So it's good to see that. And it seems like there's a great sports culture at that school.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially for baseball. Baseball has been Blissfield's pride and joy for who knows how many years.
Outside 1-2 the count. And of course, part of that being starting the Little League, O.W. Farver Field out there. Talked to the Farver family, did a piece with them on Blissfield manufacturing. It's great to see the donation they've made, and obviously it probably builds up kids wanting to play baseball.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that we get kids from all around who might not have certain Little League programs like we do, and then they later transfer over to Blissfield, and it's nice.
Sure. Hey, any way you can build your community and get kids interested in being at a school for any reason, right?
Yeah.
That one was foul tipped there as Rogers got just enough of a piece of it to keep himself alive. 1-2. Heidbreder checking the runner at first. Timeout called. Rogers needs to get a little dirt on him. That's one thing about having a white uniform. If it's white at the end of the game, it means you haven't tried hard enough. Of course, it's still early on. That one's very high. Heidbreder let that one get away from him a little bit, and he's checking his fingers right there. And we've seen a little bit of a command issue so far early on in the game from Dallas Heidbreder. 2-2 to Rogers. He's still getting enough over the plate to make him dangerous, though. That one just low enough for ball 3. Full count. Getting nervous yet?
Me?
Yeah.
No, not really.
I mean, this is your team's season's on the line.
Yeah,
for the
I mean, I was a little bit last game, but
the lead helps here.
Yep.
Rogers pops that one out of play. He'll get at least one more ball.
They made it interesting for everybody.
Oh, sure. I don't know. I was telling you that in the breaks. I kind of want to see Onsted win the first game just because it makes the second one even more interesting. But I know that you didn't agree with me on that one.
No, I was really hoping that Blissfield would be able to pull it off in the first game.
But here we are. 3-2 pitch. Poked out into the outfield. That one might drop. it does not. Another great play out there in center field from Hunt. He's made a couple good ones today for the Wildcats, and that's why you put a guy out there. He's got range, he's got a good glove.
Yep. Hey, and don't get me wrong, though. Onsted definitely deserved that first win. They played a super good ball game.
First baseman Alex Sachewski.
Zacheski, eventually get the name right. I'm not sure you're hearing that in the
Yeah.
PA. Hey, it's tough when you're
Fire.
the visiting team to get the PA guy to get your name right all the time, but that's why we got you here to help out, because I would have screwed up a few of these otherwise.
Yeah.
I did a couple times. Zacheski bringing back up to the top of the order here in the second. Never a good sign as a pitcher when you see the same guy in 2 straight innings. 2 outs. Zacheski lets that one go for a strike. 0-1. Runner on first. Of course, that's supreme runner Jordan Prenke. Zacheski, relaxed. Lets that one go over his head and get past the catcher. Lobestall can't do a whole lot. 1 base for Brenke, and he'll stop at second. Changes the complexion a little bit now with 2 outs, and now you know a hit might bring a run around. So whose purple is going to prevail here?
I don't know. Onsted showed us that they can bring it that first game.
I
We'll
get the
just have to
feeling
see.
it's not going to end 3-1.
No, I do not think so.
Heidritter throws outside. 2-1 now the count. And again, that's one of the things for a batter. If a pitcher's having command issues, you feel like you got a better chance of maybe drawing a walk, but at the same time, you're also sitting back thinking, I don't know when he's going to throw a strike.
Yeah.
Pops that one up, and it looks like it's not going to have enough, although the wind did carry it away a while. Duke able to settle underneath it, and that'll get Onsted out of the inning. We'll go to the 3rd inning with the score 3-1. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
Stirred it, drowned it again, and now just feel if it's cold.
Yeah.
Cool.
Smokey just gave me a bear hug.
I know. I already posted it.
This new mom is struggling to get the skates just right. Now she's holding on for dear life.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of siblings in foster care will take you just as you are.
Well, I'm very glad that I high-fived the DJ in between games, because she has done a great job spinning the tunes, a little crazy train to try. I'm not sure if they're trying to mess with Blissfield or what, but it's been a crazy day so far for both of us. And Georgia, what's your takeaway so far from the first couple innings of this game?
You know, Blissfield came out and did their thing the first inning, scoring 3 runs. Hybrid Raider's been kind of iffy on his pitches, but, I mean, he's saved them in the second inning, getting it done, and Onsted slowly making a comeback, scoring a run in this last inning. Let's see if they can keep doing that.
Well, Hybrid swings the bat well enough, even if his command isn't quite there for the pitching all the time, but Dallas trying to help his own cause a little bit, so to speak. Swing and a miss on the first pitch, though. Nito has gotten a couple of little breaks in there, so that's one of the nice things when your offense is playing well. It gives your pitcher a chance to rest a little bit. Heidritter lashes that one just past the outstretched arms of Rogers, and he'll get a single to start things off and start terrorizing Nito on the base pass. It's good to see Gonzalez still moving around, still Ginger there, the catcher.
Patrick Aya.
Really hoping that this is a game that doesn't have a whole lot of running for him in it, but so far he's had to get up and move around. Patrick Aya, the pitcher/shortstop, up to bat now. And he has been a great leader for this Onsted team. Fouls that one back. It's going to be out of play. That's one of the things I always find funny. You know, we're calling the game. We're trying to bring this as well as we can to you out there. So we need to know all the names. But all the parents that know the kids' names just say their numbers.
Yeah. Or they all have their little nicknames that's known around in the community.
So 1-3-13. We're going to call him Patrick Aya. He's got a 1-1 count, nobody out. Heidritter on first as he's trying to make Nito think he's running. Foul tip makes it 2 strikes. 1-2, and because of where those pine trees are here at Onsted, again, there's a shadow across kind of home plate area, but doesn't look like there's going to be one getting out to home plate anytime soon, or to the pitcher's mound anytime soon. So can't imagine what those shadows are doing to those players. That one's outside, 2-2. Nito puts that one in there for a strike. Might have been a little bit outside, not far enough. And that's going to be a punch out. I don't think I had understood what happened there. I think he either thought he had another strike or couldn't believe that was called a strike. Either way, it's a strikeout for Nito, and that's his second on the game. So Ayat goes down. That'll bring up Lobestall. He pings that one over top, and I think he's going after the Blissfield bus again. 0-1. Lobestall has had a challenging day behind the plate, trying to handle everybody. He's done a pretty good job of it. There's a couple get away from him, but it's interesting to look at the catchers these days too, with the hockey mask kind of style that they got going on.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Don't have to throw it off your face as often. I just want to see him paint him up a little more like they do in hockey. And he's running for second. Heidritter out there, and he'll get there relatively easily. Dallas doing what he does, and that's one of the skills that he's got as a runner. I mean, you put him pretty much anywhere. You got him pitching because he's obviously got a good arm. He's at shortstop because he's got a quick release. But you could put him pretty much anywhere outside of maybe catcher. I don't know. Heidritter's thinking about going to third there.
That's a risky move, though, I would say, against Cedric Gonzalez. I mean, this kid was all-league catcher last year as a sophomore, now as a junior, and he has a ridiculous pop time from catching it to gunning him down at second base. Most teams won't attempt to steal on us.
Maybe they'll try second, but not third.
Yeah.
Well, Gonzalez giving a signal, and getting the pitch he wants. Now make it a full count on Lobestall. Nito looking in as he tries to get a second out of this inning. And a swing and a miss and 2 straight strikeouts for Dakota Nito. Just a fun name to say.
Right fielder Landon Duke.
So Landon Duke, who made the play to get them out of the last inning, he's going to come up and try to make a play to get Heidritter around. That one's in the dirt for ball 1. Right field, one of those underappreciated spots.
Yeah.
Don't see a ton of action. When you do, it usually matters.
Looks like the sun's bugging him a little bit out there, holding his glove up over his eyes.
Oh, I have no doubt. It is right in their faces as Brady Griffith's dad is standing next to us and giving us a little bit of insight into some of that stuff. Can't imagine those guys are enjoying it, but the little chopper will get them out of the inning, and despite the frustration on the faces of the Wildcats, Blissfield puts themselves in good position as they get to come back up in the bottom of the third. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN. You're home for Lenawee Sports.
This new dad is picturing a tree house in the sky, but he's ignoring the instructions. Good luck, big guy. His kids know that he's building without a clue. Never been so good with nails and glue. Now we're trapped inside a box. I hope mom knows what to do. Mom! See, you don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent.
Thousands of siblings in foster care will take you just as you are.
This job looks perfect. It says you need a high school diploma. You've got one of those, right?
Skip the drama. Get your diploma.
I got that.
Find free adult education classes at finishyourdiploma.org.
Well, it may not quite be Wrigley Field here at Onsted, but I found the spot I want to sit next game, JoJo. You up for it?
Yeah, that looks like a nice spot, out there.
Hey, tell you what, that's obviously private property back there, so some definite Onsted fans. And, I mean, hey, you can get a little suntan at the end of the day, have a little, iced tea or something, and watch some great baseball. It's an awesome spot to watch.
Yeah, it almost reminds me more of like spring training when the guys are down in Florida and everybody is sitting up on the hills.
Sure, this one matters a little bit more than that, but
yeah.
I got to imagine they enjoy having a day like today, although I do see a blanket out there because it's a little nippy, depending on your age and attitude.
Yeah, it looks also like we got a new pitcher on the mound for Onsted, Tyree.
Yeah, and second baseman jumping onto the hill as Dallas Hyde, they probably figure, you know what, Dallas has pitched himself enough. He's thrown a little more than maybe he thought he had to in the first couple innings. And as a result of that, when you're trying to win a championship, you're not going to take chances on wearing a kid out. And so Josh Tyree will come in to throw. That moves Dallas Hyde back to shortstop, which reshuffles things a little bit. And because you can't afford to pull your best bats out, that's going to put Patrick Ayat over at second base. So he's going to stay in and move around the infield a little bit. And a whole lot of interchangeable parts in high school baseball. That's a compliment.
Yeah.
Wagner will stay over at first, so Ayat's second. Heidbritter back to shortstop. Jones entrenched at third. And again, like we said, the second baseman, Tyree moving into pitch. Lobostal, I think the only guy who catches for Onsted. I'm sure they got another one somewhere, but he's pretty locked in there. And your outfielder's still the same as well, with Duke at right, Hunt in center, and Weirich holding things down in left field. And he'll probably work on his bat in the offseason, but hey, when he has a glove like that, you don't have to worry about it too much. A little powwow in there as everyone's getting together saying, all right, take us home here. A little bit of work to do, though, for Onsted as Luke Casaban comes up to the plate for Blissfield. And a guy who's had as much as everything in both these games has been up and down, he's pretty much a microcosm of that.
Yeah, I mean, he started off that first game a little rough on the mound, then got out there, got on base, got a couple hits.
Made some great plays at center.
Then had that last one go right over his head.
There's a crack. It is
to the fence.
Yep, that's not out, but it's to the fence, and that's a double for Casaban. I couldn't quite see it out that far.
Yeah.
We got an interesting vantage point down, just a little bit down the third baseline, and he got a hold of that one.
Yep. That's rough having Casaban out there on base. He's not somebody you want already in scoring position with no outs.
Well, and that's exactly what we're talking about. So once again, the seesaw continues as Casaban just took the first pitch he saw from Tyree and said, "Hey, welcome to the game. Welcome to the mound, man. We're gonna be dinging you a little bit."
Yep.
Fisher takes a pitch in the dirt. Ball one. See, Josh went on that eye black. Are you an eye black kind of guy when you were playing? You put it all on there, you like crazy face and everything?
Yeah, it depends on the sport. I mean, football mostly. I don't know. There's just that certain thing of football that you got to kind of look a little crazy. You got to feel a little crazy.
Time call just before the pitch, so no pitch there. Just another practice throw for Tyree. Yeah, I never really did that too much, but I think I was crazy enough on my own. Casaban doing a very interesting, like 5 steps behind second base type thing here. A little gamesmanship out there. 1 ball to start things off for Fisher.
I thought he had that one in the dirt. I think it's 2-0.
Yeah, you're right. It probably is 2-0. 3-0 now as Lobostal's got to jump around to make sure he stays in front of that one. So 1 more pitch to get the walk. Again, you're probably figuring Fisher's just going to take this one.
Yeah, I think so.
And he does, and he earns a walk for his trouble. And he almost looks disappointed.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like, I want to hit, I want to walk.
As a good hitter, you know, you want to get out there and swing the bat. You know, now they have a chance to turn double play, which is never a good situation. But I feel like Blissfield's pretty confident with Dakota Nito up there, not a bat.
Not exactly what Josh Tyree wanted to do to start off his game, a double and a walk. And one of the better hitters on this Royals team coming up to the plate. Nito thought about swinging even that first one, but took it as a low strike. And that'll be an 0-1 count for the pitcher-on-pitcher duel here. Nito lets that one go low, and it is a ball this time. 1-1. That's the other fun part about doing double headers is you really got to start reaching into the bullpen, so to speak, or into the barrel to see what arm do I have that can get me through the next few innings.
Yep.
second straight game that we've seen a team go to a reliever very early in the game.
Yep. Blissfield had that happen first game with Casaban only pitching 2 innings, and then Alex Lomsey coming in and finishing. But Highbrader finished that second game, so there's kind of a little bit more for his reason of why he's done so early.
A little overlap as Nito pops that one up and out. 2-2 now the count on Dakota. And, of course, now both teams on their third pitcher. And so far, Blissfield getting the better of Onsted in the second game. And, of course, the winner of this game wins the LCAA. So this isn't just your Garden Variety League game we're playing here. This one has a whole lot of implications going forward. And a check swing right pop there. Out there from, that shows you the power that kid's got.
Yeah, no, it's just a quarter, maybe a half of the swing. And put that one way out.
Still 2-2, still no outs, still a runner on first and second. Dakota Nito. Almost halfway in the dirt there in that cavern that they've created in the right side of the batter's box. Swings on a ball that hung up in the zone a little bit. He pops that one deep, and that's over top of the head of Hunt. He can't get to it, and that's only going to be a single. It looks like they got they're going to bring a run around because everyone was waiting to see whether or not that ball got out. They ended up leaving probably an extra base for each player out there. 1 run scores, though, as Casaban comes around, makes it 4-1.
Yeah, I don't think
that's right. They're not used to Onsted being the away team when it comes to the scoreboard, so it is 4-1.
Yeah, I don't think Mr. Jones out there might have been too happy with Fisher. I think he might have figured that Fisher was going to get there to third on time, but Fisher made the right decision of stopping there and playing it smart and not forcing anything.
So 4-1, Fisher on second. Dakota Nito probably with the furthest single of his life as he hit that one to almost all the way out straightaway center field. And as a center fielder, Hunt, I mean, you play your percentages. I can cover this amount of ground. Well, I can't cover the 8 feet between here and the wall, you know?
Yep.
If it would have been a little higher pop fly, he probably would have no problem resting underneath it. And a very, very quick exit for Josh Tyree pitching the ball, as he's going to come out very quickly, and that'll switch things around and bring in Isaac Henry, who plays a little bit of left field, plays a little bit of DH, and you know what? We're going to add a pitcher to the resume today.
Yeah.
And you're going to see his name come up, but doesn't even have a pitcher in there. I'll be honest with you. I made that one, and I didn't have a pitcher in there because I haven't seen him throw too often today, but Onsted's in a situation right now where they need to find an arm that's going to get him there. Blissfield really kind of doing what you want to do as a team. You're chasing the pitchers, and generally speaking, I mean, this is just my thought as a player and a pitcher, as a coach, you usually lead with your strength. So as a team, you got to be thinking as you get through each pitcher, it's going to get easier to score runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you really want to do, especially in these big games. You want to start off really strong with normally your best pitchers and save something, but I don't know if that's always the case because I know that Blissfield right now still has quite a little bit of depth that they could bring it in if they absolutely needed to pitch, but I don't know Onsted's pitching depth compared to Blissfield's.
Oh, you're just biased. Well, hey, we've been hearing a lot of great things from Blissfield, and I appreciate having you here to give us that insights. And we've been here with Onsted a couple games, so we've had a little more perspective on them. I have not gotten a chance so far to see Isaac Henry pitch a game, but we'll see what he's got in the tank as he tries to sort out Blissfield and stop the bleeding, so to speak, from the Royals. Runners on first and second, no out. Chase Levens up. Bunt, passed ball. It's going to be a ball, and because of that, they can make the move on the passed ball, and it wasn't a foul tip or anything on the bunt. And Chase Levens just accomplished what he wanted to do without even swinging the ball, swinging the bat.
Grant Spancy now pinch running for Dakota Nito. He just got to second base. Interesting thing about Grant was that he started off over here at Onsted first, so this is kind of a rivalry game.
Awkward.
Yeah, he moved to Blissfield in 8th grade and has been playing at Blissfield baseball ever since.
And he started out the game, the last game in center field, and they moved him out when Casaban struggled pitching. So good to see him getting a chance to get back in there. That's a pop fly up over our heads and missed us. by about 15 feet, so thanks for not plunking on our heads there. Leavens saying hi.
Yeah.
2 balls and a strike. Wagner fires that one in wide. And just trying to find something that works for him right now. Excuse me, Henry fired that one in wide. I think 6 and 5 confused sometimes. 3-1 pitch. Swung on, popped straight up. And a couple different guys settling underneath it. Jones missed it. Kind of lost it up in the wind and in the sun. And a reprieve for Chase Levens in the mistakes. And he's going to be over at first because that was a 2-strike foul. I'm not sure what happened. Explain that to me.
They're wondering, I don't know if the way it bounced in or if he
hit
it
fair,
into fair ball. If his glove hit it into fair play.
We're having a little conversation out here between our 2 umpires and a somewhat agitated Coach Randall because the call went against him. And, of course, third base coach for Blissfield letting him know, hey, guys, it was fair.
Yeah.
And, again, at this point, you're not going to win these arguments as Randall is getting very heated with him. You're not going to win these arguments, but you need to set the groundwork for the next time there's a questionable call. Be like, you owe me the next one.
Yep.
Although Randall might be trying to just get himself an early shower here. He's very heated out there, and let him know exactly what he thinks about it. And that's part of the challenge is now you want to get your point across, but not so much.
Yeah, not so much that you want to be tossed. Yeah.
At home, you could probably get away a little more than you can on the road, maybe, because the fans aren't going to be getting on anybody about it.
Oh, there goes our roster.
That's okay. We're good now.
Okay. Yeah.
We got everybody on Blissfield. We'll be fine. In the meantime, Coach Randall's still getting his point across. Maybe we should call him Senator Randall. He's filibustering quite well right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if this always goes too well for your players. I mean, especially for your pitcher, maybe getting him riled up. I never like seeing my coaches riled up when it's like a football or basketball game, you know.
Well, at the same time, I might give him a little bit of a breather, too, to sit back and think about it. Because here's the situation right now, because the argument isn't going to change the call from Randall. If anything, it's going to reinforce where the umpire was at. After the conversation between the 2 umpires, Randall coming out again to let his point be heard. And the home plate umpire hearing him out with his mouth open like, are you done?
Yeah.
Are you done?
The only thing is, though, in baseball is I don't really think your coaches getting penalized or ejected is as big as impact on like football or basketball, where your coaches can get technicals, let teams start scoring,
right?
Where your coaches can back you up 15 yards. Yeah, I mean, so in those sports, it's really devastating when your coaches are the problems out there getting you in trouble.
Right. In this situation, it seems like more, if anything, it's just going to. And you there's that fine line because you argue too much, and now he's not going to want to give you the next call.
No. Yep.
You argue just enough to get your point across and try to create that doubt on the next time, and now they're done.
Yep.
They've had their words. There will be no chicken dinner after this between the two of them.
No.
And we will move on. So to reset everything for you, after the pop foul that bounced off the side, the way we're going to say it is it bounced off the side of Jones's glove and
went into fair play.
Fair territory.
Yeah.
So that got runners on all 3 bases. Blissfield with bases loaded and nobody out. And Isaac Henry is in an interesting and awkward position. But it couldn't be really any better for Blissfield right now. That one's outside. And Jones with a chance to do something special here. In his mind, he's thinking sacrifice. He's thinking any kind of a hit, anything except a grounder for a.
And there it'll do it, being that lefty pulling it to right field. That will score 2 probably.
1 run scores. 2nd run coming across. They get it. And Jones is caught again in the rundown.
That's
now they're looking to do the same
runner.
thing they did last time. And Jones will go back to first. Levens will be safe at 3rd. And that's another close call over there at 3rd that did not go Onsted's way. And I guess the home team's getting all the calls, except right now that's Blissfield on the scoreboard.
Yep.
That'll make it 5-1 now in favor of the Royals. And Duke just couldn't get in on that play out there in right field. There wasn't much he could do. And Jones just got just enough of it to put himself in a good position. So runners on 1st and 3rd.
No outs still.
No outs. guess it would make it 6-1, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this would be 6-1. They scored 2 off of that.
We're getting there, don't worry. Everybody's on the same page. Jones is going to get there, save for first, and now we've got to run down the other way with Levens trying to run himself home, and he is out. Jones moves over to third. So Onsted gets their first out of the game, of the inning. Yep. Jones moves over to third.
Which I felt like
was
smart on Levens' part, just to keep going, knowing that you have another runner behind you, so if they still want to go back to that squeeze bunt situation, they can still bring out Jones in.
And Levens was caught in there, so you're right, he made the smart decision. He sacrificed himself to get his runner forward.
Yep, only costing 1 out.
Exactly. So, to reset it again, we got a runner on third. There's 1 out. And the left fielder, Alex Zeller, is up. Zeller throws the bunt down. That one's foul. And despite Jones's best efforts, he can't cross the plate on that play. He had some wheels on that one, but
yeah. And this again is where it's so important to get the squeeze down, because that runner's going no matter what, because he can't get caught up. Because you're hoping that catcher's going for the ball to just get the out at first.
Well, again, you're looking to put something down the first baseline here, so we'll see what Zeller can do. Swings away on that one with 2 strikes and fouls it off the backside. And again, Zeller's also looking at a situation where if he can just poke something out there that's going to be even a grounder to the
sacrifice,
grounder, exactly, grounder to the left or right side of the infield or a pop fly, that's fair. That one's going foul. Yep. Maybe you can get a chance to sack that run home. And of course, they'll just love a hit. There you go. So Blissfield right now trying to put this thing out of reach. Of course, in baseball, nothing is ever really that out of reach. And we saw in the last game how Onsted could score. So it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. That one's outside, 2-2. Isaac Henry is still trying to find his command out there on the hill as well. Henry inside with that one, 3-2. Just 1 out here in the bottom of the third. It's been a slightly slower moving game than the last one because we've seen a few more runs right off the bat. Zeller standing in there. Swing and a miss on a ball that was a little bit over his head. Probably would have been a ball. But Zeller wanted that one, and you can tell as he walks back to the dugout that he made a mistake there.
Catcher Cedric.
And it was only a mistake because he didn't make contact.
Yeah.
He had a good cut. It just wasn't where it needed to be.
Now on that play there, for people that don't know, if you swing and miss and the catcher drops the third strike, you're still allowed to run to first base if the catcher doesn't tag you.
That's how I was trying to explain away the pop ball. I'm like, wait, that doesn't work.
No. Yeah.
So this has been a zany inning so far for the 3 runs that Blissfield's picked up. The first inning, they were very straightforward 3 runs. This has been a very unorthodox 3 runs, but nonetheless, Blissfield up 6-1 as Big Bad Bull comes back to the plate. Cedric Gonzalez, DH/catcher, ahead in the count, 2-0. That one's in the dirt, but not enough to make a difference as Lobostal stays in front of it. Henry still trying to get some strikes in there, 3-0. Gonzalez with the smallest strike zone on the team. Sees that one go at about chest level because he gets in that crouch like Tony Phillips used to for the Tigers.
Yeah.
A little before your time.
Yeah.
But I know Mr. Griffith
players
knows
do that, those short players. Oh, coming back out.
Yeah, I was the same thing, man. When I played, I'm not tall to begin with. When I played, I was a little bit shorter, and so I pretty much just squished right down and be like, I still got hit by the ball enough, but I walked quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
Rogers coming back up to the plate. And what is his role in the team? Obviously, he didn't play in the first game. He's coming at second base for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Luke isn't your all-around starter, but he's pretty solid. I mean, besides for Zucheski, he has the next best fielding average on the team. And Luke can play anywhere really you need him. I mean, he played third base a little bit last year. He could play second or shortstop. So he's just one of those another all-around players who can give you aid wherever you need it.
And while you were explaining that, Branke just decided to take second base while we're at it because there's 2 outs, and Onsted not nearly as worried about that runner as they are as the guy at the plate. Second and third, 2 down. 2-0 as the last 6 of the last 7 pitches from Henry have been balls. That one's over the middle for a strike, though. Rogers, another guy without a ton of strike zone.
Yeah, we got a couple of those kids on the team. And then we got the exact opposite with some big kids.
Got to have that variety.
Yep.
That one's high. 3-1. And Henry very close to walking the bases loaded here.
Which is not good, especially with Alex Uchesky coming up to bat.
The only time I can ever see walking the bases loaded good is if you feel really good about the opportunity to get a force in the next play.
Yeah.
But that one's going to plunk him in the back, and not much that Rogers could do there to avoid it. Of course, it was also looked like an off-speed pitch, so it probably didn't hurt as much as maybe a fastball would. But
yeah.
I'm guessing you got hit once or twice when you played?
Yeah.
It never feels good,
no,
does
it never does. But, I mean, once you're on first base and you're standing there, then you kind of just shake it off. And
yeah, pain goes away. Pain goes away. I, for some reason, had the propensity to get hit in the back a lot. Maybe because I turned my back, but at the same time, I'm like, why are you throwing at my back? That brings us back to the top of the order, though. Alex Uchesky, bases loaded, 2 outs this time, unlike the 0 out they had earlier. Big cut right there, and he gets himself behind the count quickly, down 0-2 with Henry, trying to get himself out of this inning and end this little mini nightmare for Onsted. 0-2. Setting up outside.
A little high.
A little bit. Not by much.
Close, yeah.
And high is a relative term when it comes to baseball because high tends to change. You think it's letters, then it's a little below, then it's a little above. That one's high for just about anybody.
Yep.
Maybe not Andre Drummond or somebody on the Pistons, but for a baseball player. Crack from Uchesky. He gets over to first just in time. A nice play over in the corner there by Jones to get Onsted out of this inning and get us to a break. We need it. After all that, you're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
Don't worry, 74 people were picked before me in the NFL draft.
To fight childhood obesity, United Way and the NFL are helping kids play at least 60 minutes a day.
Okay, time for the team obstacle course. Yay!
What this place needs is more healthy kids. To get involved or donate, go to unitedway.org/play60.
Now I get it.
If you want to be a parent, it doesn't matter how you play or even what you wear. You just need to be there. Thousands of teens in foster care don't need perfection. They just need you.
Welcome back to the start of the 4th inning. Before we get underway, we're proud to say that LSPN is a sports program network proudly shown on LISD TV. LSPN is overseen by our instructors and operated by our students within the Lenawee Intermediate School District. LSPN offers live sports broadcast experience to students. If you would like to join the team, please email us at lisdtv@lisd.com. .us, my bad.
.us indeed, because we are a TV station that works out of the Tech Center. We are a governmental organization. There go, the US tag on the end as opposed to the .com. We don't make any money off this. We just try to make people smile and have some fun with what we're doing today. And there's been smiles on one side of the field so far for this game. That's this guy's side of the field as Blissfield is on top, 6-2-1. Dakota Nito pitching a good couple innings, 3 innings so far. We get to the top of the 4th. 0-2 to the new pitcher for Onsted, Isaac Henry. We see him hit all the time. Haven't seen him get a chance to get out in the field all that often, because he's that offensive-defensive switch between him and Jarrett Weirich. That one just outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nito kicks and delivers, and a nice rip right into the alley. And that'll get the Onsted fans going a little bit. Henry gonna get 2. He's gonna try for 3. Gonna be a play at third. He is out. Yep, kept the ball. And Henry is not happy. Randall is not happy. And Onsted does not have a runner, as they were trying a little too hard to manufacture something out there. Randall suggesting that maybe he blocked the bag a little bit, but the throw was there anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're down by 5 right now, but you got to take what you can get and not push it too much.
And he got a double and tried to push a triple.
Triple, yeah.
It was close, don't get me wrong, but the throw was there 2 steps early.
Really close play.
And a good job out there by Fisher. And of all the people you're trying to get to third on is the catcher?
Yeah, someone who's always back there blocking stuff and always ready to make a play.
Less armor right now about there, but still did a great job of keeping him out of the way.
But Fisher's a big kid. He could take a play like that.
Jones coming up to bat now, and instead of having Henry in scoring position, there's 1 out. Great hit from Henry. He'll just have to hope to get another chance next time. Jones pops that one straight up. It does not have the distance. And a nice play there by Zacheski with Jones showing some sportsmanship and not getting too close to him as he's trying to make a play there.
Yeah, but after he ran past him, I don't know if people saw that on camera, he gave Lucas Rogers, who covered first when Alex Zacheski got that pop fly, gave him a nice little shoulder.
Little nudge.
Luke off the bag. Maybe a little frustration. Maybe he just accidentally ran into him.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's not accidental.
No.
But at the same time, it wasn't bad enough to warrant anything. It was just a little gamesmanship out there.
Yep.
So he was nice on the main play and a little devious in the back end. That seems like a good play to me.
Yeah.
Reminds me of how I used to play.
2 super competitive teams right now.
Especially with what's on tap for everybody here today. That's an 0-2 count now to Chase Wagner. It's the first baseman. Looking to get something started here for Onsted with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Nito puts that one well outside. 1-2. Shadow's starting to get longer, creeping out all the way out to almost first base now. As we get into those twilight hours, want to try to make sure we get the game in before it gets too dark. That's a foul tip in front of the plate. Wagner's still alive. 1-2, 2 outs. Onsted looking to get something together here. Everything that went well for them in the first game has betrayed them so far in the second.
Yep. And I feel like Blissfield's came out and really done what they've been doing the whole year, putting the bat on the ball, showing that they are a good hitting team.
Again, Blissfield scored. There's a strikeout to get out of the inning. Nito just put that one in there, and much to the chagrin of Chase Wagner. We'll be back to talk a little more about what Blissfield's doing right, what Onsted needs to do to change things around. When we come back, you're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
You know what I think? I think you forgot to lock your door. A lot of people do that. They forget. It's too bad because all crime needs is a chance. Don't give it the chance. It's my job to teach you to protect yourselves. Make it your job to learn. Write to Box 6600, Rockville, Maryland. Oh, and one more thing. Lock your door and take a bite out of crime.
Sometimes all it takes to be a dad is remembering how to be a kid again. Take time to be a dad today.
The jams continue and the hits continue and the game continues as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. I'm not sure if we're going to remember it for centuries, but they'll be talking about these games for a little while. And these 2 teams, again, today playing for the LCAA Championship. It came down to the bottom of the 7th in the last game. Dallas Heidbreder hit one over everybody's head to bring a run around to win the game for Onsted. But the second game, 6 runs in both games so far for Blissfield. But there's been a little difference on what they've done on defense this game, too.
Yeah, they've been – ooh, that was a shot to Casabon's back. Casabon talking back a little bit.
Shake it off.
Yep. I don't know. That's one thing you got to watch, you know. He just gave you a free base. Don't say anything back to get yourself in trouble.
I don't think Henry meant to hit him there. Just got away from him a little bit.
Yeah, but back to what I was saying. I mean, they seem to be handling the ball better this game. Not so many bobbles or anything. I mean,
sort of flip-flopped.
Yeah.
Onsted trying not to make any more mistakes as they still are harboring the desires of winning that LCAA. The winner of this game will win the conference. And, of course, that's bragging rights for the rest of the year. That's a pop-up there by Fisher. But Heidbreder settles underneath it, makes the easy play. 1 out. A runner on first again for Blissfield, and that'll bring the pitcher, Dakota Nito, back up to the plate. But again, this doesn't necessarily have ramifications on the playoffs coming up here, but it doesn't matter. None of these teams want to lose this game.
No, I mean,
these guys probably play against each other a little bit in the summer and stuff like that, or play with each other. Either way, they don't want to hear it from each other.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. There's a lot of coaches talking about, like in basketball and stuff, is winning league more important than winning districts.
And another plunked player there is Henry's let 2 balls get away from him on the right side, and that's 2 straight batters that have gotten free trips by virtue of a bruise they'll probably see tomorrow.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, a lot of coaches want to go for league. I mean, every coach wants to make it to the States and win it.
Sure.
But
well, if you had a choice, I think, between just districts and the league, you probably take the league. But
yeah.
if winning districts gets you a chance at regionals, which gives you a chance at states.
Exactly.
And that's one of the cool things because of the way that the regions break down, the districts break down. Both of these teams host their districts, so obviously giving you a little bit of an advantage right there. Both these teams will probably be the best teams in their districts. Interesting move there by Blissfield in the base running as a guy who's got a little speed out there, as you've said a few times.
Yeah,
that's
going to be a hard play to pull on Casaban. He's fast. He's fast.
Play that works on a lot of players as Casaban was drifting. They tried to go out there and get him at second, but the throw took so long to get to second that Casaban was 3/4 of the way to third before the guy could try to get him over there.
Yep.
And again, that's the speed out there in the base pass. And as a result, it puts runners on the corners now with 1 out for Blissfield as Levens has an opportunity for an RBI. Low and outside. 3 balls, no strikes.
Catcher on that last pitch gave his pitcher a signal. I wonder if they're thinking about doing something tricky maybe. If Grant Sispansky now pinch running for Dakota Nito, if he takes off for second.
Yeah, they may fake it to second and try to get him over to third or whatever. But right now they just need to focus on maybe getting a double play and getting out of this inning. That one's in the dirt, and everybody is safe as, again, Sispansky just legged it over to second base.
This was the same situation Joe was in last time. Bases loaded, and he ripped one to right field. So we'll see how he does this time.
Let's see whether or not Duke out there in right field is paying attention for that blooper coming his way again, maybe. But again, both these teams host in their districts, so if they win that, they might meet in regionals. So this might be the last time we see them. Jones gets a little blooper, not enough, as Heidbitter gets them both times. Nope, they only got 1. They did not get the second. They get him at home, though. Sispansky tried to sneak another run across. Instead, they only get the 1. It will be 7-1, so Blissfield gets 1, but not able to get any more on another crazy play to finish off an inning. So 7-1 when we come back. You're watching Varsity High School Baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
Today, 1 out of every 4 American kids is Hispanic.
That means many of the future doctors who will care for us, the engineers who will build our cities, the scientists and entrepreneurs of our country can be your kids.
We all know how hard it is for you to send them to college. This is why we want you to know you are not alone.
And every day more people support you to make it happen. Many support you. And the Hispanic Scholarship Fund helps you prepare, plan, and pay for your kids' college education.
HSF.net.
Don't let E. coli mosh with your food. An estimated 3,000 Americans die from a foodborne illness each year. So always separate raw meat from vegetables. Keep your family safe at foodsafety.gov.
We've still got a whole lot of fans out here from both sides as the Onsted faithful looking forward to their boys changing their fortunes in this game. Blissfield got 1 run there in the bottom of the 4th, but so far there's a whole lot of crooked numbers for the other team. That's actually on the Onsted side of the scoreboard because of the way that we're doing the home and away today. So Josh Tyree was second baseman to start the game, was pitcher for a brief bit, now back to second base. He comes up to bat here in the top of the 5th, and just like we talked about last game with the outs getting precious for Blissfield last time, same thing for Onsted. Now the difference here, what is Onsted going to do with that? Because when I said that last time, Blissfield started scoring runs, so not to mess with you.
Yeah, I don't know. Onsted's kind of in a slump right now. But, I mean, as we saw last game, they can come back at any moment. They can flip the switch. Nito and the defense out there might get a little lackadaisy out there, just think that they already have this one in the bag, which you can't do. You got to play this all the way through all 7 innings because you never know with a team like Onsted.
Tyree way ahead in this count, though, as Nito's put his 3rd straight pitch outside of the strike zone. 3-0 for the second baseman as you look to see him probably take this pitch and get on base. Right now, Onsted needs base runners more than they need big hits. Takes the strike. He thought it was a ball, and so does a few of the more vocal supporters of the Onsted faithful here. But at least he got his point across, and that is definitely a ball. All right, so we got at least one parent who's letting everybody know what they think out here. In the meantime,
center fielder Garrett Hunt.
Garrett Hunt, who needs to get on base. As I'm pretty sure everybody for Onsted coming up now, that's kind of the plan for them, right? Hunt will take that one for a strike. No outs so far for Onsted, and everybody's kind of covering their eyes now. Everybody, first base coach, anybody on that right side of the field has got that sun setting right in front of there. A beautiful little bunt right in front, except it's going to be called a foul ball. It didn't quite get out there. That's got to be hard for the umpire to see that, given the fact that there's no more chalk lines now. It's a pile of dirt.
I think it might have not so much gotten outside the batter's box. I think it might have hit him when he bunted.
Well, there you go. That's another reason.
Foul ball.
So with 2 strikes, though, he's going to have to swing away here. Hunt does swing away, fouls it over off the Blissfield boat. We should give him something for that, you know?
Yeah.
Give him a little pin or something after the game for dinging the bus. Hitting the side of the bus, no window's broken. It'll be okay. Nito fires that one in there, and a little blooper right to second base. He fires over to first. They get him, and that is the unorthodox double play. That's a 4-3 double play. Popped it straight to the second baseman, of course, Rogers. We talked about him being a great defensive player. Had his head in a swivel when he made that play, fired it over to first, and they got Onsted napping right there as Tyree was not quite paying attention as he started running before he saw where the ball was going.
Yep.
Dallas Heidbreder back up. 1 strike already. Nito put that one in the dirt, though. That'll be a ball and a strike. I'm a kid who's played a couple different positions today. Heidbreder fully in the shadow now. Takes that one inside. Shaved an inch or so off the behind. They're going to say it did hit him. Grazed him just enough to call it a runner on first. I'm not quite sure what the Usain Bolt hero thing was out there. That might not be the best thing to do when you're down 5-6 runs. But whatever makes him happy, I suppose. And he's back on base, and he'll get a chance now to do something with 2 outs. Hyatt trying to make up for his last time up. That one's in the dirt. Gonzalez has done a pretty good job of staying in front of the ball.
That's one thing that Cedric's really good at, being able to move back there quickly from side to side. He doesn't have to go a far distance, but he's quick within his first couple steps.
Hyatt got a hold of that one, and you heard a solid smack. Not enough, though. And just when Onsted thought they had something going right, Zeller out there to make a grab and left field. No damage done. 7-1 still the score. Blissfield on top. We're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
The bear climbed over the mountain, the bear climbed over the mountain, the bear climbed over the mountain, and what do you think he saw? What do you think he saw? What do you think he saw? The bear climbed over the mountain, the bear climbed over the mountain, the bear climbed over the mountain, and what do you think he saw?
Life's taught me a lot, and I'm ready for more.
Well, you're not the typical kind of candidate that I hire, but you are exactly what I'm looking for.
Your company could be missing out on the candidates it needs most. Learn how to find a great pool of untapped talent at gradsoflife.org.
Isaac Henry back on the hill for Onsted as he is trying to stem the tide from Blissfield. They've managed to get runs in each of the last 2 innings, and right now a 6-run lead with 2.5 innings to go. You got to feel pretty good right now, Mr. Royal.
I do feel pretty good right now. I mean, after watching that first game, I was a little nervous at first, not trying to be too biased about what team I want to win, but I think it's pretty clear now. But yeah, but I mean, I got to give it to Onsted. I mean, they're playing their hearts out there.
Zeller just dove out of the way, and that's kind of the funny thing about that. It looks like that ball was closer to him than the other one was to Heidritter, but it's just a ball, not a hit batsman. Zeller takes ball 2, and this is the second time this game, for the quirky things we've seen this game, where Zeller finished an inning at the plate and started the inning at the plate.
Yeah.
Second time a base running out resulted in him getting a second crack at a bat.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not nothing ever you want to see as a defender or as a pitcher. Seeing the same guy come back up to restart the inning, you know, that means you've been having it a little rough.
And 4 straight balls. Isaac Henry having some command issues out there, and that's been really the issue for Onsted throughout this entire game. Is the pitching's just been a little bit off, and the hitting's been there for Blissfield. Again, 7 runs. They had 6 last game, so on about the pace they were on last time, but the difference is Onsted has not been able to challenge that. Cedric Gonzalez at the plate, the 2-foot strike zone that he's got. That ball gets away from Lobestal, and that'll put Zeller over at second.
Yeah, and I mean, I've always felt more that good pitching will outdo good hitting, and right now Blissfield has really good hitting. And that first game, I mean, yeah, Onsted gave up 6 runs, but they were doing a way better job than what they are doing right now, and we're allowing Blissfield to get bats on the ball now.
If you got a choice, you'll take good pitching, but
good hitting,
the good hitting will help the bad pitching.
Yep.
When that happens.
Yep.
And the pitching hasn't been there for Onsted, along with the defense in this game. Hasn't been there all that well, but it's really the bats just haven't woken up for them yet. And Nito's pitched a good game, but he's also had good defense out there.
Yeah, but yeah, he has. And the thing is, though, when it comes to district play and tournament play,
great stab there by Heidritter, but because of where he hit it, it's still going to be a base hit. Now, it just did hold the runner at second, so Zeller couldn't move over. That puts Bull on first, but he's going to be out pretty quick as he's still kind of limping a little bit. Brenke will come back in first and second, and ball was just in the right spot. It was a little dribbler.
Yeah, yep, and is that Heidritter at shortstop? Yep, Heidritter still made a good play on that ball.
Yeah, that's a major league play to get a guy out. When you're drifting that far over, you got to turn and fire. That's only the best of the best to make that play happen. So Heidritter wisely not trying to do anything crazy with the ball.
Yeah.
Bunt down the third baseline and trying to get the runner over at first, but the ball hops up, and that's going to bring a run around, and Zeller will come home. And thinking about coming home is Brenke, but he's held at third, and that ball just took a weird hop, and that has been the story of this game for Onsted. Just weird hops and just little things not going their way.
Yeah, it's kind of turned around. Last game and the beginning of this game a little bit, we had a couple of those where they just fell out of our glove or hit the dirt weird. Didn't start things off good with us, with Blissfield, but now it's the other way around for Onsted.
And tough day for Henry and for the Onsted pitchers. I say day, really tough game. The first game, everything was going their way at different points in time, a little more even, but today, the second game, it's been pretty much everything's going Blissfield's end of things. Even Henry kind of bobbling that foul ball and not able to handle it and getting the throw over and not having it go in the right spot because they had Rogers. They had him, but the throw wasn't quite where it needed to be. And so still nobody out. 8-1 now the score. Runners on the corners. And we're back to the top of the order again, and an absolute crack from Zacheski. That one is out of here. Home run for Blissfield, and this game just got out of hand. Zacheski puts that one with the wind out into kind of right center field for a 3-run home run and 11-1 lead.
And I'm pretty sure that will do it if 10 after 5. Yep, Mercy.
And there we go. That'll be the Mercy rule. That will end our ball game. So very anticlimactic given the way that the first game ended, but Blissfield just had everything go right for him in this game, and Onsted could not stem the tide. And there's nothing you can do when a guy deposits one in the pine trees. So we'll be back to wrap things up and have a chat with the new LCAA champions this season, the Blissfield Royals. You're watching LSPN, your home for Lenawee sports.
Hi. May I please have an application? Thank you.
Skip the drama. Get your diploma.
Okay.
Take that first step towards a better future. Find free adult education classes at finishyourdiploma.org.
The first American people loved the land. They held it in simple reverence. And in some Americans today, that spirit is reborn. This is South Coast Botanic Garden in California. Once this was a dumping ground for trash and litter. Community volunteers cleaned, planted, and reclaimed it. And there the land is good again. But all around us are reminders of how far we still have to go. So everyone must get involved now. To contact the Keep America Beautiful team nearest you, write Keep America Beautiful, 99 Park Avenue, New York, New York. People start pollution. People can stop it.
All right, welcome back. Our bonus baseball second round ended a little bit early as Blissfield won in similarly walk-off fashion, though slightly more anticlimactically, 11-1. Thoughts on both of those games? They couldn't have been more different.
Yeah, Onsted started off really strong, came out and won with Highbrader hitting a walk-off single right over Luke Casabaug's head, and then turn around and Alex Ucheski in the bottom of the fifth hitting a 3-shot home run to put him up by 10.
And again, just two games that they couldn't have gone any more differently, but Blissfield showed a lot of resiliency to come back and win the LCAA. After losing that first game, they come back and just really ran away with the second one.
Yeah, I mean, their hitting was just as good in the first game as it was in the second game, but I feel like it was their defense mostly that brought them back in together. Nito pitched really well, and their defense seemed to be able to hang on to the ball, not make so many silly little mistakes that cost them in the first game.
And again, those mistakes ended up on Onsted's side of things. But we'll try to talk to Coach Tuttle and at least one of their players and congratulate the Blissfield Royals on winning the conference as they get ready for district action. You're watching LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it. Write for Pollution Booklet, Box 1771, Radio City Station, New York.
Quiet, please. Wait a sec. I'll take one. Oh yeah. All right. All good. Take care. Way to go. Nice. Bring it on. Gotcha. I'm here for you. Oh no. Please, please, please. I'm waiting. Interesting. Not buying it. Not fair. That's it. This conversation is over. Oh, brother.
Body language can tell you all sorts of things.
Having a stroke. I'm having a stroke.
Know the sudden signs. Learn fast. F. Face drooping. A. Arm weakness. S. Speech difficulty. T. Time. Time to call 911 immediately. The sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment, and that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Learn the body language, the sudden signs, and spot a stroke fast.
Welcome back, Dan, Josiah, and Alex Ucheski. Do we even need the last name anymore? They just know you as Alex after a shot like that. Congratulations, winning the conference. And what were you thinking that last hit? You just cranked that one over the wall.
You know, honestly, I didn't think I was going to get over that fence. I thought I was just going to hit like a single, double, score a couple runs. We needed 4 to win. And, you know, got that last 3 runs right there at that walk-off home run.
I know you're playing first base, but was the wind a little bit of a factor kind of carrying out like that?
What was that?
The wind was a little bit of a factor carrying out.
Yeah, I mean, I've had 2 home runs this year that were you get it up in that jet stream and it just carries for a mile. So
Still a home run.
Exactly.
Now, Alex, you're kind of like the leader and kind of like the foundation of this baseball team. How proud of you are you of the other guys around you who brought this whole thing together?
You know, we came out that first game and we kind of kicked it away. We had 2 errors in that last inning, and, you know, I mean, could have won it there, but we got it back together and, you know, ended up coming out the second game.
What were you guys saying in the dugout between those 2 games?
You know, no one really talked to each other. Me and Luke Castbon, the other team captain, went around, told everybody to pick their heads up, and we're going to get them this next game.
Right.
And Nito had a great game throwing the ball with him on the hill there. I mean, he was clutch for you guys out there, only allowing 1 run.
Yeah, he was. I mean, that's what he came to do. He transferred over here from Adrian, got it done, got us the win, got us our 52nd league championship, and we're all happy.
It's almost like Coach Tuttle's maybe remind you of that number.
Man, he's excited. I mean, he was getting after everybody, but he's glad that he got that 52nd win.
Oh, thanks a lot. Congratulations. And
thank you, Alex.
We'll let Jojo go party with you in a little bit. We're not quite done yet, so we'll come back and get a chance to talk to Coach Tuttle. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN. Your home for Lenawee Sports.
You can be a hero by being prepared for an emergency. First, make a plan. Call a family meeting to plan for things like how to connect with loved ones after an emergency.
There.
Or your escape route.
Bayback! I am not fast.
Build a kit. When disaster strikes, it's important to have enough supplies to last 3 days. And don't forget the batteries.
Low battery.
Number 3, know the facts. From blackouts to floods, no matter the emergency, the more you know about it, the better you can deal with it.
You're gonna need some upgrades.
Number 4, get involved. Lend a hand in your community to help others know their role in an emergency.
You guys, do you feel this? We're gonna be heroes!
You can be a hero by being prepared.
Yes!
Visit ready.gov/kids for more preparedness tips.
Welcome back to our post-game coverage, Dan and Josiah, with, I think, like the oracle of Lenawee County baseball here, and Coach Larry Tuttle with Blissfield. And Coach, you guys had a rough time finishing off that first game, but your kids came back and showed a whole lot of resiliency.
We certainly did. You know, the first game wasn't our typical game. We made some mistakes, but it showed the character and the way they were able to come back in the second game. And there was no point in time where they ever had doubted themselves about being able to do that.
And what does that mean, coming from, obviously, from the coaching? It's got to have a little bit to do with that. Not that you guys are saying you're everything here, but to get these kids in a mindset to where they don't get nervous about when things don't go their way.
We start that with day one, our first day of practice. We start talking about our goals. We start talking about what it takes to be league champions, what it takes to be state champions. This seed is planted not now, but at the beginning of the season.
Coach Tuttle, you told me at the start of the second game that you were planning on putting Dakota Nito on the mound. Was that a pre-game already decision, depending on how the first game went, or was that just a last-minute decision that you wanted Dakota on the mound?
Well, what we were going to do if we'd have won the first game, he wasn't going to throw the second. We were going to go with a different pitcher the second game, but we felt that we needed to go with Dakota and make sure we got things put away like we did.
Thanks, and he got it done, so that's impressive.
He came through you for you very well. And as Alex let us know, we just talked to him a little bit ago, this is the 52nd league championship that Blissfield has had. How many of those are you here for?
A lot of them, but not enough. We got more to get.
And obviously you do have more to get. And with district starting up next week at your guys' place, and then potentially seeing these guys again in regionals, what's the mindset for you guys going forward?
Well, obviously, when we came in, we said it was going to be a 3-game series with these guys. And I still firmly believe that. You know, I think they got a chance to win their district. We got a chance to win ours. If both of us play the way we played the first game, then it's going to be tough. But with the pressure that we had in this game and that they had, it's going to make both of us better in the tournament.
All right, well, thanks a lot, Coach. We appreciate that. Congratulations on the league, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the future.
Okay. Appreciate the coverage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coach Tuttle. All right, and of course, Coach Tuttle winning right there. We'll be back to wrap things up in just a little bit. You're watching high school varsity baseball on LSPN. You're home for Lenawee Sports.
How can I help my daughter with her reading?
Searching for help with Dachshund Reading.
How can I help my daughter with her reading?
Information on hot water heating.
No. Sarah's bright, but when she's reading, she has trouble sounding out the words.
World music, playing track now.
No.
Let me try. Our daughter gets confused about which details in a story are important.
Which paper towels are most absorbent? What? Here are 5 product reviews.
Why are you not getting me?
See, I told you.
Wait, I was trying to show you how Sarah feels every day. Frustrating, isn't it? Redirecting to understood.org.
For the 1 in 5 kids with learning and attention issues, this is what life can feel like. Explore understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues, designed to help your child thrive in school and in life. Understood.org, because understanding is everything.
All right, welcome back, Dan Epson with Josiah Rupp. We're going to put a bow on this thing as we get towards the end of the regular season. And you've been an athlete for a long time. Obviously, you've played multiple sports. What's the mindset for these guys going into the playoffs?
You know, this is just one step, one progression to the next level. They got districts and then hopefully regionals and possibly states. But this can set the ball rolling for Blissfield for the next couple of weeks.
And, of course, Blissfield is going to be hosting their regional along with Onsted hosting theirs. The two of them could meet at Clinton in a regional final and go from there with both these teams. It's a shame you got 2 top 10 teams in the same area. They're going to end up facing each other way too early in the state playoffs.
Yeah, but I mean, it showed tonight that pitching matters a lot. You know, both teams had some good batters in each game, but Nito on the mound only giving up 1 run was a big impact for them.
Especially when you get 11 coming the other way after some good hitting and some great players out there. And you can see from everybody around us today, it's a great environment here. Onsted looks like they're going to recover okay from here. They know that they still get to play on as well.
For Dan Empson, I'm Josiah Rupp saying thank you for joining us this evening. The Blissfield Royals are victorious over the Onsted Wildcats by a final score of 11-1.
This has been a presentation of LSPN, your home for Lenawee Sports.